About a minute, if everybody could. Okay, we'll call the Property and Facilities Committee meeting to order. First, I'd like to welcome Regent Hensley. This is your first official meeting in person with all of us, so thank you, welcome. And this is our Property and Facilities Committee. Welcome to that. This morning we got a tour of the Innovative Teaching and Technology Center for our nursing projects at UNI. It was quite the fun experience. We got to meet a few of the students that are in the program. I think this is their first year, that the students that we met, but they all were very enthusiastic about it. There are some state-of-the-art mannequins that do all kinds of things that we were pretty shocked about, as far as I've never seen anything like that. So it's really quite the facility, and we're very excited about that. So thank you for the tour and all those that were involved. So we'll start first with the minutes of the September 18th, 2024 committee meeting. Are there any updates to those minutes? Okay, hearing none, we'll recommend those to the board. So first up is the University of Iowa Capital Improvements. Rod Leonards, if you could go, please.
Certainly. Regent Ryswick, thank you, and thank you to the committee members. The University of Iowa has 3 capital register projects to present and 1 purchase. For the 3 projects, all of them are schematic design, project description, and budget. This is the portion of board approval that will allow these projects to move forward with bidding and construction of each of them. I'll go through the 3 of them, be glad to answer any questions. The first of the 3 is University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Level 8 of the Stead Family Children's Hospital, expand the NICU services there. This project, which is estimated to bid and result in a project budget of $39 million paid for by university hospitals' usage funds, would construct and fit out that floor of the building, which is currently shelled, would fit out 28 patient rooms as well as the associated support spaces. There is construction going on the other shelled floor. The board approved advancement of the NICU expansion on the 7th floor in February 2024. This project will also support growth in maternity services, which we have an increasing volume need. As is indicated in the documents, we anticipate newborn delivery growth by 34% over the next 5 years and 63% over the next 10 years. There's some floor plan information for you. We will, upon your approval, advance completion of the documents, the bidding documents and the bidding with intent to begin construction, a phased project beginning in spring of 2025. The second project is on the Health Sciences campus, our medical laboratories building, which was built in 1927. This is a renovation to the lower level of that building for our Department of Radiation Oncology. This is a $6.6 million project to be funded by university funds at Carver College of Medicine gifts. It will also address roughly $800,000 in existing backlog deferred maintenance within that building at the center of our health science campus. There are some both plans as well as renderings within your package. We would start construction on this project in the winter of 2025. And the third of the 3 projects is the art building, modernize the building. This, as you will recall, is the 1936 original art building. It has been mothballed for 16 months in coordination with the federal government. We have been protecting the site and programming the building for future uses and are advancing that project, proudly advancing that project now. $37 million project funded by university funds and will address a $10 million deferred maintenance backlog to the building. The 53,000 square foot building will host our University of Iowa Graduate College, as well as the College of Education Art Education space and the School of Planning and Public Affairs. That's another program within the Graduate College. And we're very confident in the protection of that building from future flood risks, and are also designing the building to be hardened in the lower level with respect to hydrostatic pressure or other elements that may, in a high flood situation, impact the lower level with low complexity finishes, as well as equipment, chairs, other things that can be moved out if we need to from the lower level. The first floor of the building, which was not impacted by the 2008 flood, was built 5 feet, originally 1936, built 5 feet above the grade of that site. And most of the programming will be on that floor and above. And the lower level, which has one, because the building was built 5 feet above grade, the lower level has great multi-foot level lighting and is actually very usable, good space. But we're making sure that the programs there are with equipment that can be moved out quickly, should we need to do that in the future. All of that with the knowledge that we have protected this site with walkways, if need be, pumping, but also HESCO barrier methods for that building and other buildings in that part of our campus. The construction on this project, we would be looking at bidding it before the end of this calendar year and start construction as early as December 2024. And based on the size of the project, completion expected in July or in the summer of 2026. There are floor plans and some images as well, but if you have any questions on those 3 projects before we go to the purchase, I'd be glad to answer them. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, Rod.
Good morning.
I have a question about the first level 8 on the expansion of the NICU. For $39 million, I thought the equipment would be more, would lean more toward the equipment because it's NICU, but I see it's not. But can you tell us a little bit more about what makes that such an expensive level, $39 million for
the fit out of that floor? In comparison, in fact, and we've had some discussions about it, in comparison, the project that was approved and advancing right now, the adjacent level is a $42 million project. It is, both projects are, well, in an active hospital, first of all, there is phasing associated with these projects that make them unusual deliveries. The finishes are not like classroom or office finishes, nor are the utility systems. But a big driver in the project is the equipment and the fit out of these spaces within the rooms and in the support spaces for the NICU needs associated with UIHC. Yeah, not an inexpensive project, but also one that is, you know, virtually the same price. Actually, at this point, estimated to be about $3 million less than the adjacent floor fit out. Primarily because of equipment differences between the two, some scope differences. The footprint, the layout, and the size are the same.
How many square feet is that, Rod? Do you know?
Pardon me?
How many square feet for that, that finishing out that level? Do you know how many that is?
Let me look at the specific square footage. We've got it in there. In the write-up that's provided, I'm not seeing it, but I'll be glad to get that to you after this presentation.
And then one other question on that art building. I'd be kind of interested in maybe touring that even before, just to kind of see what you're going to be doing next time we're in town or whatever. Yeah,
very possible and very entertaining. A building that has been shelled for 16 years with almost no systems in it is an interesting setting, and one that, because of that flood, sort of frozen in time. You can feel the evidence of the departments leaving that day. And so we'd be glad to coordinate that. It is not an easy tour because of lighting accessibility, but we're glad to certainly take you through and take a look at it, because its transformation, we believe, will be impressive and meaningful and sensitive to history. It is a historic building, deemed that by FEMA as well. And we will, in the design of that project, as is shown, be very sensitive to the original architecture of the building, but modernize it for the needs of the graduate college within the building itself. So absolutely, the board visits in June, but we'd be glad to show some or all of you that building before we really get into it, or by that time as we're into it.
And can you explain that a little bit more? What happened there with FEMA? Did they give some dollars, either to that project or just to the whole area with some of these caveats that you had to come back and remodel later?
Yeah, there's a long story, about an 8-year story with this, but in the case of the University of Iowa, 22 major buildings were flooded. And every one of those becomes a project for FEMA. They don't protect by the area, they protect by the building by their rules. We went Department of Education and other sources, gifting sources, university sources, to protect that part of the campus. We did that independent of FEMA. In the case of the 22 buildings, of course, a couple were replaced by FEMA's judgment of the damage, but in the case of the art building, their evaluation was immediate that the building was historic, both by its age and its architecture, but by what had happened and who had worked in the building and been a part of the building's history. FEMA mandated that we remove they approved the replacement of the programs that were in that building, in the visual arts building, which was completed in 2017, or 2016. They mandated we maintain the original 1936 building and raise all of the additions, or demolish all of the additions that have been put on that 1936 building since that time. That brought it back to the original 1936 look on the banks of the river, and then there is a federally mandated mothballing process that we go through, where they supported the first several years of that process, and in that deal with them, we then continue to monitor the building. Today there are plastic ducts and temporary systems in the building that keep the building at a minimum of 45 degrees temperature during the winter, for instance, just to make sure the building doesn't start to disintegrate from the inside. So there are minimal services in the building to maintain it according to federal standards. We maintain those until the day that we renovate this building and make it usable for the groups that will move into it. But it was always FEMA's intent, by saving the building, that we would repopulate the building and reprogram it when the site was deemed as appropriately protected and we were ready with a program to occupy the building.
So is the $39 million just for the 8th floor, or is that, so the 7th floor, that was a separate project?
Correct.
Just for the one floor? So
yes,
gets
correct.
Back to Nancy, where that's a lot for one.
Yep.
You multiply that by its 10 levels total?
Correct.
I guess that just shows that a huge portion of the cost of these buildings is the fitting out. And
yes, and when we shell a building, it is what could be referred to as a gray box setting. I mean, we take we stem all utilities to those floors, but there are no utilities, no ductwork serving all of the spaces. So you do save some funds. It's in this case fiscally responsible to have those floors so that we can attend to future needs like we are now. But by shelling them didn't mean they were free to shell. There's the exterior, but they are also not very finished when you shell them, or you'd spend all of that money on the front side. So all the utility systems, there's water and gases and others that are brought to the floor, but not through the floor or in the floor. And so all of those systems, and they are intense for an operational hospital, especially a NICU, are all built out throughout each of these spaces in the 26 patient rooms.
Are these the last of the shelled
Yes.
spaces anywhere at UHC?
Anywhere in the Stead Family Children's Hospital, yeah. And
Any new, and there isn't
correct.
any in any
Yeah,
other
without
either?
adding floors or adding structures, yes.
Okay, good. Well, but it also shows your lack of capacity now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And as we look at those projections for the considerable growth needs in deliveries and complicated deliveries, we built all we could the first time, knowing that there could be changes in the future, and judicious decision was made to approve with the board to approve shelling a couple of floors, and they are absolutely needed. Yeah.
Great. great projects, and love to see the you preserving and restoring those historic buildings.
Yeah, we're very proud of the historic preservation and the celebration of an important building with a commanding presence on the river in the art building, but also to make that the home for our graduate college. It's a great fit at the very center of campus, directly across the bridge from the Iowa Memorial Union. I think we'll all be very proud of that project when it's complete.
Any other questions for Rod on these projects?
And I'll quickly get that square footage number.
I just have one question for you, Rod. We mentioned the HESCO system and the materials, and you brought it up. That's being used. We use that elsewhere on the campus.
Yeah, absolutely. We store 7 miles of HESCO barriers ready for the biggest of floods on our campus. And the walkways, when I mentioned areas being protected, the walkways on both sides of the Iowa River were replaced following the flood. They weren't replaced with the 6-foot sidewalks that were there, but rather with 10-foot, in effect 10-foot roads, designed not only to be wider for pedestrians and bikes and other things on the river, but to maintain a consistent elevation of 1.5 feet above the 100-year flood level, which those sidewalks alone address almost a very high percent of our flood risks on campus. And when or if they don't, these HESCO barriers are unleashed on campus, 4 by 4 by 4 foot wire baskets that can be filled by contractors rather than doing sandbags one by one with volunteers. And we are able to assemble these 4-foot walls and can make them 8-foot walls on that very stout walkway system. And that is another level of protection for all of the buildings on the arts campus and on the other side of the river.
So wanted to bring that up so we know that that's a part of
what
it.
it
This
means.
building will be protected
Yep,
from
absolutely.
major flood. But as a part of this project, there is some work that needs to be done so that this particular property can accept that system. Is there work that needs to be done, or is it all
No,
ready to
not
go?
for the HESCOs. Those building sites, all of the building sites, the theater building, the original museum building, are all protected by the HESCOs as we stand today. They're not there, but we would assemble them, 7 miles of them if we need to. We did assemble 7 miles of them in 2014 when we were doing many of the recovery projects and were warned by FEMA if any water hit those sites, we'd start the process over again. So we were very conservative in protecting the campus in that flood season, and we unfurled those HESCO barriers. And we actually have, it's a Louisiana company. We found difficulty in getting them when we learned about them in 2008 because of closed highways due to flooding. We now store 7 miles, and if we're not in a threatened situation, but another part of our state is, we can immediately send our supply, some of or all of our supply, to that location, and HESCO will backfill us immediately with a new supply. So we see that as a benefit to the state as well as we store these in protection of our campus.
So the art building itself is already ready to accept.
From
if
a
you
flood
needed to.
protection perspective, yes. Now, when we do the lower level, we're going to harden that lower level with basic finishes and easy-to-move tables, chairs, those kinds of things, so the space can be used but not threatened. And in that case, there's some hardening that needs to happen. We have many pumps in storage as well that allow for that to control of hydrostatic leaks that may come up within any of these buildings.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a property purchase to talk about as well.
Yeah, I'll turn that over to David Keft regarding our downtown purchase.
Good morning. Before the board's consideration this morning is the purchase of the remaining 45% interest in the Old Capitol Town Center Mall in Iowa City. A little bit of background: this mall was constructed in 1980 as part of an Iowa City urban renewal district that also created the pedestrian mall in downtown Iowa City. The mall, which covers nearly 2 city blocks in the heart of the University of Iowa campus, has nearly 375,000 square feet of space, of which the university already owns a 55% interest, or 207,000 square feet. Back in 2003, the mall was rescued from collapse and bankruptcy by a consortium of local investors. The university first acquired its the university acquired its existing 55% interest in the building in 3 phases between 2006 and 2009. The building became a monumental importance to the university during the 2008 flood, as it was quickly reconfigured to host our School of Music for numerous years and our Iowa Memorial Union operations and bookstore, as long as other miscellaneous event and student support spaces that were impacted from the flood. Those previous purchase agreements contained an option agreement for the University of Iowa to purchase the remaining 45% interest in the mall by providing notice to the owners in September of 2024 and closing in 2025. During this past summer, the university had numerous discussions with the local mall ownership group that resulted in the agreement before you today for approval. The agreement sets forth the university's notice of its intent to exercise its purchase options has been duly satisfied, and the parties have converted the option to purchase into a formal agreement with the following terms: a purchase price of $20.6 million that will be paid with a 10% payment upon Board of Regents approval, and then the 90% balance will be paid in 3 years. There is no price escalation during that 3-year period. The university views the purchase price, which was based on a recent appraisal, as a favorable value to the institution. It's about to be about $123 per square foot for all the lease space and common areas in the building. You couldn't come close to duplicating that cost per square foot to rebuild this size of a building. The sellers can accelerate the closing earlier than that 3-year timeline, providing a minimum of 6 months advance notice to the university. The university is fine with that provision, and we're able to close sooner if requested by the sellers. All the existing commercial leases in effect at the time of the closing will be assigned to the university, and all terms and conditions of those leases will be honored by the university. The initial down payment will be funded by university reserve funds. The remaining 90% will be funded by a commercial loan the university will take out. The university cannot use any sort of tax-exempt financing or bonds to acquire property with commercial income-producing leases. The current pro forma we've done has the monthly lease income stream covering most of the debt service on the loan. Following the question might be asked of why do this transaction if we don't immediately need the space. This is less about either the short or long-term need for the first floor commercial space in the building, but more about the university acquiring control of a significant footprint in the heart of our campus. Over the past 18 years of joint control with the local ownership group, the university has developed a deep, close relationship and connection with the ownership and management team. Our joint interests have aligned to the benefit of the owners, the university, the city, and the Iowa City Downtown District. As the ownership management team look for other investment opportunities and to move past their ownership of this building, the last thing the university wants to see is the management and remaining ownership passed to outside investors. The Iowa City community is all too familiar with local shopping centers finding their way into far-off real estate investment trusts, only to see them quickly fall into disrepair and disinvestment in capital improvements that don't keep the retail centers vibrant. It's imperative that this building and this center remain an important, vibrant part of the community and the university. The university has no plans to make any immediate changes to the mall when we take ownership. Upgrades and improvements will be made as funding avails itself in the coming years and as the retail and restaurant environments continue to evolve. We'll update the board on future renovation plans. So at this time, the University of Iowa requests approval of the remaining 45% interest in the old Capitol Town Center. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for David?
I just want to congratulate you on this project. I mean, I remember it was more than 20 years ago talking with Doug True about this property and the long-term vision that the university had for it. And, you know, you've had such patience waiting for it, but a long-term vision of what to do and worked well with the ownership group, as you said. I think this is a great thing to do. And really consistent with the long-term interest of the university.
Thank you. And I will add, back to the flood, when the student union was out of service for 5 years during that recovery, this became an incredibly important building at the core of the campus, and we now view it in combination with the library as the academic student center, the Iowa Memorial Union, which is being renovated and modernized as the social center for students, and this building being a transactional support, which we've continued to develop as we've owned more and more of the mall. So it does fit our long-term plan and right at the core of campus, so thank you.
Regent Hensley.
Thank you. I love the project. I think it's just great, and I like the partnerships that you have. Could you explain just a little bit more your partnership with the city on this and how that is working? I guess one of the questions I have is, you've got some prime property that's probably coming off the tax rolls.
Yeah, we're having some ongoing discussions with both internally and with the city about what will happen when we acquire the remaining interest in this building. It would be, the university's intent that as long as there's commercial income-generating leases in the space that we own, that those portions of the building that have those sort of private third-party tenants, part of their leases is their paying of pass-through costs of those real estate taxes. And so whether it's a payment in lieu of taxes or we keep a certain part of the building on the tax rolls, it's our intent to keep those taxes flowing to the city on the commercial part of the building. Certainly if they're upstairs where we have university offices, that's different than sort of those third-party leases, but it's certainly not our intent to just take it off the tax rolls and not be paying into the tax base for those commercial leases.
And we do have a very productive and positive relationship with the board. David sits as an original member on the downtown district for Iowa City. If you've been to the mall, the city owns the parking ramp at the south end of this mall. Because of our work with the mall and also with the Voxman Music Building across the street on Burlington, they are looking at modernizations of that ramp to make it more representative of the developing intersection of the university and the city. And our relationship with the city has been very positive and partner-based, and we appreciate that every day.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Michael Hager with UNI as a couple. Oh, yeah, Rod, did you
Sorry, just 36,000 square feet, taking the building, if you do a quick calculation, to just over $1,000 a square foot for the development of the space, similar to, well, a little bit less, but similar to the other project that was approved a year ago.
Thank you. Michael Hager, you have a couple projects with UNI.
I do. Thank you for joining us on the tour earlier this morning. It was a pleasure to host you. We do have two projects on our capital business improvement register today. One is the continuation of a multi-year trajectory for a successful academic nursing program that will continue to feed the nursing demands here in the state. The second is a project that will significantly transform the look and experience of one of the most iconic buildings in the state. So starting with the first project, the university is requesting the board's approval for schematic design, project description, and budget to renovate portions of the ground floor of the ITTC building, which you saw earlier today. This project is a $4 million project funded by university funds as well as gifts and grants. It's about a 7,200 square foot area. Most of the space will be used to add additional high-fidelity simulation and support space, as well as debriefing spaces for students that come off of those experiences and then are instructed in ways they can improve their quality nursing care. It should point out that a couple of the simulators we've already received grants for. The OBGYN simulator, which I think some of us heard earlier, was multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've got grant money for that already. We also have grant funds that have come in for critical care simulator already. So the fundraising efforts continue to be very successful for this program. Do we take questions on each one or at the end for both of them?
We can do questions at the end, yeah.
Great. The second project then is Phase 2 of our Unidome modernization that we're bringing forward. Last month, we closed out Phase 1, which was the team meeting room and the fabric portion of the roof, and so everything is tight and dry now, and we can move on to Phase 2. Phase 2 will be one of the more visible phases, one of the more exciting phases. It will include restroom additions, and for the record, we are adding 2 women's restrooms for each male restroom. So for those women that come to many of the events, they're very pleased with that, and I have personal experience living with one of those women that will be very pleased to see more restrooms in that facility. The seating will also change pretty dramatically. The building was built 48 years ago. It'll be 50 years old during our sesquicentennial. And so we will be widening the aisles and adding handrails, which is a very popular addition as well. Seating will move down because we're expanding those aisles. Seating will move from about 16,000 down to about 12,000. I can't recall the last time we had more than 16,000 in the seats. We had it, I think the last time we had a crowd that large was a Luke Bryan concert, but we used seating on the floor for that stage then as well. But in addition to the wider aisles, we are taking out some seats and expanding, adding loge boxes and more seats. All the seats are currently 18 inches in there. They will move up to at least 20 inches. Apparently, over the last few decades, people have gotten a little wider. And then in the loge boxes and the seats, they'll be closer to 22 or 24 inches then as well. That will be built almost entirely with gift funding as well, and we'll move forward with that. We do have some Treasury temporary investment funding available if possible. The entire project will be a $16 million project. We're only bringing forward a portion of that now. The other portion we'll bring forward in February, and the reason we've split this up is, one, for timing of construction, but two, we can maintain the design bid build component for both of these phases then. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Michael? Yeah, Regent Hensley.
You talked about the seat reduction going from 16 to 12,000. Does that have a financial impact ultimately? Have you looked at the last 3 years historically? And
We've looked longer than that. We do think it will have a financial impact, and it'll be a positive financial impact. By having a lack of premium seating, we've missed out on a revenue stream there. And then just having the outdated facilities, we haven't sold as many tickets as what we think we will sell. We're more likely to have events that are closer to capacity, and that just makes for a more robust event than one that has a lot of empty seats.
okay, thank you.
Along those same lines, does the reduction of 4,000 seats impact the type of events or the size of events that you could host as compared to historically?
The only place it might have an impact is some of the very, very large concerts. You know, the Rolling Stones have played in there, Fleetwood Mac. I'm dating myself a little bit on some of those, but Luke Bryan was the more recent one. Some of those might be a little bit smaller, but those are getting rarer and rarer, and given the acoustics of that particular building, they are actually moving to facilities that are larger than that. So there's a potential, but I don't think it'll be very likely.
Thank you. Any other questions for Michael? Okay. Any other questions or items to bring before the Property and Facilities Committee? Okay, hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
The meeting of the Governance Evaluation and Human Resources Committee is called to order. Roll call, Regent Bates is here. Regent Rouse?
Here.
Regent Ryswick.
Here.
We will begin with the approval of the minutes from the September 18th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. For our second agenda item, Associate Counsel Kristen Bauer-Davis will present the University of Iowa's pilot extension request.
Good morning. The University of Iowa is asking for your approval for an extension of the pilot phased retirement program due to the continued labor market challenges. The current pilot, which was approved by the board in May of 2022, runs through June 30th of 2025. With the approval of the extension, the pilot will run from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th of 2028, an additional 3 years. This pilot program is an expansion of the board's phased retirement program, which is detailed in the docket, but there are no changes to the pilot program. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, then, we will recommend approval by general consent. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Thank you, Kristen. Hearing none, the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resources Committee is now adjourned.
Okay, good morning. The meeting of the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. Roll call, Regent Greta Rouse is here. Regent Lindenmeyer?
Here.
Okay. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the September 18th meeting. Are there any changes? Seeing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. We'll move on to the annual report on campus safety and security. In accordance with the Federal Clery Act, every October, our universities post campus crime statistics on their websites. We enter these reports into the board's public record as we are joined by our heads of public safety to update us on campus trends. Please welcome Helen Hare, the Director of Department of Public Safety at UNI, Michael Newton, Associate Vice President for Public Safety at Iowa State, and Mark Bullock, Assistant Vice President of Campus Safety at the University of Iowa. Thank you for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Looks like I'm first. So good morning. Thank you for being here. And as you mentioned, every year we talk about our Clery report. And a big part of that is the crime statistics. I know a lot of people want to talk about that. So for our campus, we are holding pretty steady over the last few years. We didn't have a lot of change this year. We did have a little bit of an uptick in some of our drug arrests, but overall, some of them came down, some of them stayed steady, and the drugs went up a little bit. Let's see. Notes here. So we get those statistics, as you know, that's a combination between the reports directly to the police department and to some of the other campus departments. Housing has some, our Dean of Students office, our Office of Civil Rights Compliance. So we pull those in along with some of our local law enforcement and actually other law enforcement agencies around the country too. So we're happy to see that our numbers are holding steady. I'm going to talk just a, does anybody have any questions about any of those? Just to give you a little bit of an update and overview on the department, some of the things that we're doing. We continue to have our VIDS training, which is the Violent Incident Defense Strategies. It's our active shooter program. So far this year, we've hosted 12 of those sessions. And we get people, sometimes it's a specific department who wants us to come talk to them and present the program, and we do that. Sometimes it's an open forum. Anybody can come. And we've had a good response with that, and we've always had a good response. We actually sent 2 people to be additional instructors for that program because it is popular, and we always get really good feedback from that. We also have, we've added 2 of our bicycle officers, 2 more bicycle officers, and got an instructor for that. So we don't have to depend on other agencies to host a training. We can have our own people do that. And because we do see a lot of mental health issues, we probably a year or 2 years ago, all of our officers go through the 40-hour class. It's crisis intervention training, and it's to deal with people who are in a mental health crisis. And it's a good program. Our officers always come back with positive experiences from that training, even though they may go into it, a little iffy. They always come back and say it was a really good program. And we partner with any department that we can. We do a lot with our housing folks. We go and we present training to them, alcohol, drug awareness type stuff for the most part. We go and we will join the RAs as they do their rounds in the evenings or any time of day, really. More than happy to do that, and they do call us. So we're happy. That says a lot, in my opinion, that they don't hesitate to call us and say, hey, come walk with us. And just anything we can. Like I said, I went and spoke to the advancement folks a couple of months ago, whatever it was, and we just had a good general conversation, question and answer type forum. It was very positive. And we do everything we can to stay current. We have monthly training that the officers participate in, online training, in addition to our hands-on training that we have to do. So that's it in a nutshell. If you have any questions.
Regent Barker?
And I think you mentioned, and I can see in the report, the one thing that seems to show a trend upward are the drug arrests.
Right.
What are those generally?
Well, a couple of things. We get several of those come from traffic stops. They're not necessarily students or even UNI affiliated people, but if we stop you for, let's say, we suspect you're intoxicated, we stop you and we find drugs in the car. So not only do you have an alcohol offense, now you got the drugs. Or we stop you for some other reason and you roll down the window and puffs of smoke come out. Believe it or not, it happens. That's where a lot of those come from. And our students, sometimes they forget that it's not legal in Iowa. They may think it is, but obviously it's not. And they get a little careless. I don't want to use, let's say the word was, they're relaxed about what the law may be. And so we have to educate along with some of the other processes we have to put them through.
So this is not sort of stepped-up enforcement. This is, you're
No.
doing the same number of traffic stops. You're seeing more of this because of laws in other states, probably.
Right. It's the surrounding states where it's legal, and they come back, and unfortunately, they don't realize, or they get careless. So does that answer your question?
It does, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Regent Lindenmeyer?
Who conducts your mental health training for your officers?
It's the crisis intervention training. I believe it's through the state. It's the one that all the law enforcement people go through. It's not in-house. They come and they present different areas of the state. So we will send officers. When we get a new officer, they may not be able to do it immediately. It may be a couple of months before another session is scheduled, but we get them through it as quickly as we can. And some of the online training that we do too, one of the more recent ones, had to deal with autism, interacting with people with autism, how to do that and not make assumptions, even though their behavior for most people would present as this. There are clues you can see to pick up on that this may be somebody with autism, so we might have to do a little bit more to understand what's going on. We do encounter those. Anybody else? Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate being here today. I always enjoy giving this every year. It's always quick, but enjoy having the time. I want to talk today about the 2023 trends with our Clery report, because there are some trends in the data that I think are important for us to discuss. And then I also want to talk about some other initiatives with the Department of Public Safety, because it's always a good time to do that. But the Department of Public Safety at Iowa State is made up of police, parking, risk management, Clery, threat assessment, and as of a year ago this week, we added key management and building security to the team, so that we're having a holistic approach, having a holistic look at the security and safety issues that are present at Iowa State. And so it's a great change, a great partnership, and we're looking at things with very critically at our university. Because we know we have a critical role in ensuring and promoting the well-being and building trust within our community at Iowa State. As you know, our enrollment's trended up a little bit. I would say that hasn't had a dramatic impact on our statistics, but it is something that we always pay attention to. And I kind of picked 6 areas to look at. Sexual assault and harassment's one that I know you all are always interested in. And, you know, we've seen a downward trend in both sexual assault and fondling cases over the last couple of years. I don't know if I can attribute that to any one thing. You know, we have a lot of great awareness, a lot more training, timely warnings that are going out, and just some of those heightened discussions that we're having on sexual assault and sexual violence, I do think help that. But I think the truth is that we all have to recognize there's still a lot of work that we need to do in this area, and we continue to partner with all of our campus partners within academic affairs, student affairs, and the other areas to really make an impact on these areas. In contrast, though, I will say our stalking cases have rose. It's something we're seeing not just at Iowa State, but nationally, seeing this trend. I don't know if it's still a COVID trend. I also do think it's worth noting that the Clery definition of stalking is much broader than the state definition of stalking, so you will see things that appear in our statistics and aren't state law violations. They're more of an annoyance, they're more of a harassment issue. What I've found with these cases, though, that involving our students, generally, if they get authorities involved, they get the police involved, we tell the person to knock it off, they stop. The behavior stops, and we don't get repeat calls. And so I've had a lot of conversation with my student advisory board and others about what can we do to get people to have better interpersonal skills and be able to tell people right themselves that, hey, I don't want contact with you anymore, I don't want to be involved with you, or have that two-way dialogue, or instead of the text message dialogue that we tend to see. Violent incidents, I want to highlight this one because I'll start with the numbers remain low because we only had 3 cases, but if you look at it from a statistical perspective, it looks really, really high. And I caution people, and I do this every year, caution when you look at the statistics, because 1 or 2 cases, because our crime rates are so low, especially at Iowa State, it can have a major influence when you're looking at things by percentage. But we did have 2 domestic violence cases that involve strangulation. They're very serious. And then we had an incident, alcohol-fueled incident in a tailgate where somebody was got into a fight and was seriously injured. And so we do look at these, and we do look at the trends out there and what can we do to intervene and not have these types of cases happen. In terms of weapons, I can report this year that things have went down, slight decrease from the previous year. Some of you might remember previous year we had a large number of weapons offenses, a lot of guns we were getting off of traffic stops mostly. It's something that Ames Police and ISU Police teamed up on. We were trying to get some of these actors that were coming from other parts of the state into the Ames community to prey on our students, and we really made an impact in getting those guns off the street. Property crime, thefts have increased. Thefts always that crime of opportunity. People leave a laptop while they go to the bathroom and they come back and it's gone. Those types of things. But we've also seen this trend when you look at motor vehicle theft, because there's so many more things that are considered motor vehicles by the Cleary definition, golf carts, e-bikes, some of those items, and we've seen the trend that those items are being stolen at a much higher and more frequent rate. So we've been working on some items to combat that. Burglary numbers are low, which is good, but when you look at substance abuse, the liquor law and drug arrests, liquor law, I would say, definitely fluctuates depending on how good the football season is. How good the weather is, all of those different things that impact that. We also have this unfortunate first Saturday before classes start over the last few years. We've really worked hard to change that event. It was a really high party time. Both Ames and ISU police spent a lot of time doing enforcement, writing a lot of citations. But luckily, our campus senior leaders stepped up and have really invested a lot of time, energy, and effort into finding a way to help all of us work together to partner to decrease these parties. And I will say that thanks to our senior leaders and others, we have had a major impact on those. We've seen a lot less parties. We've seen a lot less activity that law enforcement has to be involved in. Every single one of our senior leaders was out there with us. They were meeting students, greeting students, doing that. And that makes, I don't think people recognize what an impact that makes for the students to see the president, see the senior vice presidents, and those folks out there makes a significant impact on the work that we do. Drug arrests remain fairly steady, and ours are traffic stops as well. Public property, you stop them, and the puff comes out at you, and you make the arrest. So we're seeing a lot of the same trends. I do think many of you might have noticed the arsons in our report. It's not something you normally see. We did have a significantly higher year, and that was mainly due to a series of arsons that took place in our state gym. We did link those to one individual. We also had a couple in the residence halls, and once we figured out who it was, it's strange, those all stopped. So we were able to deal with that. I want to go into some other just public safety work, like 3 quick items. I want to mention training. Our officers are trained above the state standard. We make sure that we're always doing efforts that are greater than what the state of Iowa requires. We think that's important. We spend a lot of time developing an annual training plan, and we execute that annual training plan. Our officers do quarterly training and sometimes monthly training, depending on what we have going on. But I wanted to tout our community outreach efforts, because I talked about these last year. I told you that it would be even more impressive than it was in 2022. And in 2023, it was even more impressive. I will say that the DPS team knocked it out of the park. We have this vision of moving forward, building community, and I will say that every day they move forward to fulfill that vision by training our community. In 23, we surpassed all of our 22 outreach statistics in the numbers of sessions that we did, the number of community members that we reached, and the number of outreach hours. We did 434 outreach sessions, impacting 48,953 community members, and we had 846 and a half hours dedicated to our effort of building relationships with our community. We find ways to partner with our students, partner with our faculty, partner with our staff, to make this a community-wide public safety effort, because that's important for us. We also partner with our fellow region institutions, especially on key issues of public safety, key management, risk management, all of those areas. We also launched, over the last year, a series of public dashboards. While I love the Cleary report, we're talking about 23 and we're almost done with 24. So how do we get our community engaged into the work that we're doing? So with the help of my student advisory board, we had started and launched monthly reports, but we wanted to go even a step further. And so we've launched, in 23, we launched on our website 2 public-facing dashboards where the community can see our calls for service and the arrests that we make. And they can see that real time. It uploads every night at midnight, 1, somewhere in there, whenever IT people feel it's good to do. It uploads, and people can go in, and it's interactive. So you can click on a date, you can click on see what's happening, where the calls for service are happening. And this week, I'm pleased to announce that we also launched one on traffic stops so that people can see the traffic stops, what kind of violations that we're seeing, because we're hearing from our community that they're sick of the way people are driving on campus. And so we want to make sure that people know the things that we're doing. And the truth is we launch these dashboards because together we're better, right? If we have the information, if we can work together, we are better. And the final initiative I wanted to mention is our 30 by 30 initiative. 18 months ago, we decided to launch with the 30 by 30 with the goal of recruiting more women into law enforcement. Nationally, only 12% of law enforcement officers are women, 3% of leadership positions are women in law enforcement. As an agency, we're always looking for the best candidates, of course, for our positions, and we need to make sure our organizations are attractive to all. I'm proud of the work that the team has done in this area to make Iowa State University's Department of Public Safety attractive for all candidates. And what I can tell you about our numbers is in our sworn ranks, 42.1% are women. And when you look at the rank of sergeant and above, it's 41.6. And when you look at my upper command staff, captains and above, it's 60% of our command staff are women. So we've definitely met our goals, but we're going to continue. We want to attract good candidates. We want to attract the best and brightest to Iowa State. In closing, while some of our statistics show fluctuation, many remain consistent with prior years. We still want to make impacts on those. We want to still find ways to decrease them. Our team is committed to our students, faculty, and staff and visitors' safety through education and proactive partnerships. Proactive public safety measures help people feel like they belong at Iowa State University. We want everyone to feel like they belong here and that they can be the difference in the community. Together we are stronger, and together we are better. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Regent Dunkel?
Your drugs, is it mostly marijuana, or how does that?
Yeah, we see mostly marijuana. We do see some heroin, and we have seen some cocaine and methamphetamine. But generally, when you're dealing with students, if we're dealing with non-students, you see some of the other drugs. Generally, with students, it's marijuana.
Regent Barker?
It's been a while since I've visited.
Yeah.
Are you still in the same space as before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have enough space?
So I will say that I appreciate the help of our senior leadership team. They are helping us find more space. We have gotten some space in our communications building with the eventual goal. The long-term master plan is eventually we would move the Department of Public Safety into the communications building. And every day our campus senior leaders are helping me achieve that goal.
I had a question on stalking. What's with the definition and phones and social media? How does that factor in versus physical stalking?
Yeah, we are seeing a lot more of that, where it is the digital means where they're continuously. The one we had recently, it was just unwanted email after email, text after text, and it has definitely changed the landscape of those cases. And then some of it's just people don't know how to just talk with one another, and with the Clery Act being so broad, there's things that generally they just don't fit well with stalking, but we have to report them as stalking. And I have a feeling my other partner here will talk a little bit more about that as well.
All right. Thanks for queuing me up there. Good morning. It's always great to be invited back every year to report out. Much like you and I in Iowa State, our numbers have remained consistent in these post-COVID years. I do have to explain some nuances to the Clery Act. The Clery Act kind of looks at universities as apples to apples, but we don't fall from the same tree. The University of Iowa is uniquely different in a lot of great ways. That skew some of the numbers that we have. First and foremost, we have a large healthcare enterprise that has some nuances that traditional campuses don't have. We have locked behavioral health units. We have a level 1 trauma center. Now we have another emergency department with other services provided, and we're soon going to be opening another one. We also have clinics all across the state that we report out crimes that occur there as well. So there's some differences there. Also, the way that these crimes are reported. So every number that you see does not equal one police report. So we receive reports from a wide variety of different resources on campus, whether it's student life, even confidential resources like our victim advocacy groups, RVAP, now DVIP, reports out crimes that are reported to them. The amount of information that's provided to us with some of these reports varies as well. If it's coming from a confidential source, it's represented as one number, no names, no descriptions, it's just a crime and a number. Whereas other sources of information like student life, they'll give us a name and we can try to associate that with the police report so that we don't double count. But there are some challenges with that. So I do want to throw out those nuances. The biggest, I think, most significant and concerning thing is actually not very concerning, not now at least. So under our sex offenses, you can see that we had a remarkable increase going from 13 to 51 on campus. That's another nuance to the Clery Act. So we report the crime, or we assign the crime to the year that it was reported, not the year that it occurred. In this situation in 2023, we were informed that there was a employee in our healthcare enterprise who was having inappropriate relationships with his patients. He has since been arrested and charged and is awaiting trial. So I'm going to probably stop talking about that specific case at that. But there's information that's publicly available about that case. If you take that out of the equation, our numbers are actually going down. Also, 2 of the forcible fondling cases were associated to him as well. When you look at the fondling cases, so of the 34, 23 of those occurred in the healthcare enterprise, in the clinical setting. Many of those are done by the same people over and over again in some of these locked units. So, it's really up to healthcare to try to mitigate that risk. But there is some ongoing concerns with that. But thankfully, a lot of that is not occurring widespread across our campus. Last year, Chief Newton talked about motor vehicle thefts. At that point in time, we were somewhat immune to it. There was a national trend with Kias and Hondas, unlocked vehicles. People were able to get into the cars and then start them, and you could watch a YouTube video to learn how to do this and then drive away. So we were hit pretty significantly by that this year. Also, e-scooters, e-bikes. We had a Kubota, some different things. Here's the great thing about it is that we had double digits arrests and recoveries of these vehicles through our license plate reader system that notifies us when a stolen vehicle drives by. Many of these cases were juveniles who were out kind of car shopping for unlocked vehicles. Some of them had the keys left in the cars, and they were primarily out of our graduate apartments out on the west side of campus, which is a little bit more immersed in the community and not as much to our core campus. So we had good success in recovering those vehicles and making arrests. Let's see. Another one that I wanted to talk about was the dating violence. So this is another interesting nuance to Clery. So if you look at dating violence, it shows that we went, and I'm just using this as an example to show how the Clery process can somewhat make the numbers look misrepresented to some extent. So with the dating violence, it looks as if we went from 8 to 18, which is a significant increase. If you look at where those, I went and I actually broke out where they came from and what they were. Of those 18, 8 of them were reported to us as a single number with no information, so we can't actually see if that was reported elsewhere in the other 10 cases. And in the other 10 cases, that was actually only 5 incidents in which it was reported to us that a couple who was dating had pushed each other. They pushed one person, they pushed back, that's 2 offenses. So that 18 could only be represented by 5 incidents that actually occurred. I'm not trying to explain it away, I'm just showing that's another nuance to the way that Clery works. If another example that I can use that Chief Newton talked about a little bit was stalking. So it shows that we had 106 on-campus stalking reports. Well, that's represented by 45 police reports. Only 45 of those actually got to the police, and of those, 6 were extortion cases, a trend that we call sextortion, where somebody will reach out to somebody on social media, start a conversation, they share inappropriate pictures, and then it's, I'm going to send these pictures to your family if you don't send me an Apple gift card. It's extortion. We have an information page on our website. We put out communication to help our students and community understand how to avoid those situations and what to do if they're victims. But it continues. It's another byproduct of social media and the environment that we live in now. People are a lot more accessible. But also, so those 106, you boil it down to 45 are actually police reports where there's actionable things that our police department could do. And 32 of those occurred at our hospital. Of those 32 that occurred at the hospital, that includes a significant amount of violation no contact orders, where the interesting thing about having a hospital is it's not just our campus community. We're bringing people in from all over the state. These families that we're bringing into our children's hospitals sometimes don't have the greatest family dynamic. They have histories of domestic violence, things that have happened away from our campus, and they bring with them no contact orders, and they're at the hospital together violating those no contact orders. That counts as a stalking case. And then there's just a very, very interesting dynamic in the healthcare setting when you're bringing families from all over the state in. They're volatile situations. People are dealing with challenging, traumatic and emotionally draining situations, especially when kids are involved. And there's ongoing course of conduct that follows them onto our campus. So that's all I'm going to talk about when it comes to the actual crime stats themselves. I want to talk about a few things that we're doing on campus. So great news is historically when I've reported out, I've talked about violence in healthcare, in that represented by our aggravated assault reports. Historically, our aggravated assault reports have been comprised of the on-campus cases. About 70 to 75% of our aggravated assaults occur in the healthcare setting. So last year we had 34, I'm sorry, in 2022, or a year back. In 2022, 34 occurred in the healthcare setting. In 2023, 20 occurred in the healthcare setting. So we went from 34 to 20. Why is that? It could be a lot of different reasons. It's really hard to boil down some of this data because we report it by the Clery requirements. But here's what I can tell you, is that over the past 3 or 4 years, we've entered into a partnership with UI Healthcare, where now we have a fully staffed police unit that is at our main campus medical center, the University Medical Center. We have 1 lieutenant overseeing this unit and 8 police officers dedicated to UI Healthcare. They don't go anywhere else other than UI Healthcare. It's allowed them to build relationships with care providers, with the safety and security team, and also make reporting options more available to people who become victims of crime, whether it's staff, visitors, whoever it may be. I would really like to associate this reduction in aggravated assaults to that, and I know that it's partially responsible. I don't want to completely say that that's why, but I hope to see that trend continues as we build that partnership. So that's been absolutely great. Another great thing that we did, I talk about this a lot, and I really, really enjoy talking about this. So last year, I briefly spoke about how we did a campus safety realignment, and we realigned the entire Department of Public Safety into this new structure. Well, within that structure, one of the things that we did was we realized that when it comes to threat assessment cases, that we have concerning behavior that's being reported in through many different places, whether it's through human resources or student life, or the police department or threat assessment themselves. Reports are coming in, but the reports don't actually talk to each other because teams have access to their databases but not others. So what we did was we created this team called the Campus Threat Awareness Roundtable. So every Tuesday morning, senior leaders from multiple departments across campus every Tuesday morning meet, and we're enabled by this dashboard where all these different reporting systems feed in. And it's very high-level information like name, university ID, no details. And what happens is this dashboard, if it sees that one person is on 2 or more dashboards, 2 or more reporting systems, it flags them. This group, the Campus Threat Awareness Roundtable, then discusses them. I can't tell you how important this has been to campus safety. We have been able to interrupt and intervene in situations that were actively happening just by function of being aware of what was going on. So cross-campus collaboration has increased significantly. Information sharing is at a place I never imagined it could ever be. And it's just, I can't say enough good things about what this has done for us. So that's a great thing. We always want to talk about our interaction and our engagement, collaboration with student government and student organizations. Late night transportation has always been a challenge. You know, CAN bus doesn't run 24/7. The city buses don't run 24/7. Yeah, we have Uber now. We have Night Ride. Well, student government came to us over the summer and said, we want to do this Uber initiative, where they had tried it in the spring and it didn't get a lot of traction, and they felt like they needed an actual university organization or department to back it, to give it some legitimacy and more resources to get the information out. So what we do is every single student on campus at the beginning of the semester is sent a link where they can claim 2 Uber vouchers for subsidized rides only during these late night hours. It's been a great partnership. We're seeing widespread usage. None of it's funded by taxpayer dollars. It's all through revenue that we get through fingerprint funds or from the student org or some of our partners in Student Life and others. So that's been great as well. Let's see. I know that you just heard about the request to purchase the mall. One of the things that's I'm really happy to hear that that's going through because over the last year we opened what we call the Campus Safety Service Center. This is our public-facing storefront. It's on the first floor. I think you all were in UCC last month or the month before. Hopefully you saw it, had a chance to stop in. Yeah, we're really proud of this. This is an engaging space where members of the campus community can come in, use our community room, host meetings, and really have a front door that they can access our services with very low barriers. So we're pretty excited about that. Last thing I'm going to talk about, I promise last thing. If you've been to a Hawkeye game this year, you will have noticed that we've implemented weapons detection systems. So like we used to call them walk-through metal detectors. The technology is so great now that they do so much more than just detect metal. I can't tell you how much safer and how much more assurance we have inside of those venues, knowing that we're employing this technology. And what's great about it is that it hasn't cut down on the convenience. The technology has gotten to such a great point where people don't have to take things out of their pockets. They don't have to take their belts off. They keep their phones in their pockets. And unless they have a weapon, they walk straight through. So we've had great success with that. And we're implementing that at Carver Hawkeye Arena as well. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Other questions? Regent Barker?
Alcohol sales at Kinnick still not, I mean, that's still working out well?
Yeah, I mean, so just experientially, yes, yeah, the numbers aren't increasing. They actually decreased.
Right.
So it's, what we're seeing is that people are less intoxicated when they come through the gate because they know that they can purchase it inside. So it's been good. And this year, in the premium seating, I believe it's only premium seating, single serve liquor sales started as well. That hasn't marked an increase either.
Well, good. Well, from all of you, it sounds like you're not seeing, increased concerns. Things sound pretty good. Am I hearing that all right?
It's a good time to be on college campus.
Good.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Regent Reiswick?
The weapons detection systems sound pretty interesting. So if you're an operator of one of those, how does that function? Do they say this person has a knife, this person has a gun? Thankfully it doesn't happen often, but if you're an operator, how does that work?
Yeah, so it's red-green. So there's a light at the top that the person who's monitoring the system can see. And as somebody walks through, if it remains green, then they just keep going. If it goes red, then they go through again. If it flashes red again, then they go to secondary screening, where their bag may be checked, they may be hand-wanded, and possibly patted down if all of that continues to detect. One thing I didn't talk about is it used to be, we've always had a clear bag policy. So people would come in, they'd have their clear bags, but security would have to, kind of rifle through their bags and make sure that they didn't have prohibited items. The technology is so good that you just take your bag right through. So we don't actually have to do a bag check unless there's that secondary screening. So it's really been, there's a convenience factor, but just an efficiency factor. It's been really helpful and great peace of mind.
Sounds like something they use at airports. Is it a similar technology?
So, sort of. Airports use X-ray. They use more sensitive. Their tolerance threshold is much lower than what ours is. We don't want guns. We don't want large knives. We don't want weapons of, that can do mass casualty, damage. But we're not concerned about like a nail file or things that an airport screening system would set off. So the risk tolerance or the threshold's a little bit different, but it's very similar technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? As always, thank you very much for all you do to keep students, faculty, staff safe on our campuses. And thanks for being here today.
Good morning.
Good morning. And the next order of business is a presentation from the University of Northern Iowa's Recreation Services Program. I would like to welcome Heather Schrader, Vice President for Student Life at UNI, and Chris Dennison, who I knew from my time at UNI, so it's nice to see you this morning. And he's the Director of Recreation Services here at UNI, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, so we thought we would give you a presentation on some of the activities or services that are offered here on the campus. And I wanted to first welcome you to the Mocker Union and let you know that this is a hub of many of our student life services and activities that we have on campus. And I like to call it the living room of the campus. And you'll probably see people taking some naps later today. The units that are here in the Union: Career Services, Student Involvement, Event Planning. Our NISG offices are here, part of our dining operations are here, wellness programming, military and veterans, student services, our esports and pantry are here. So there's a lot going on here in student life, and I know we get quick time here at our committees, but I wanted to make sure that we let you know what you're here in the middle of. And one of the offerings that we have for our campus is recreation services, and they do receive student fees, which we do discuss here in our meetings. And so I thought it might be great for you to hear about some of the services on campus. Chris has been a part of UNI for 29 years. He is a grad, master's and doctoral program here at UNI, and he is an amazing expert in recreation services. So I'm really excited to have him join us and tell us a little bit more about our program.
Okay. Thanks for having me today. I appreciate the ability to come speak with you, and I know I'm holding up your lunch, so I'm going to move through some things here pretty quickly. We're going to skip right to this slide right here. So with enrollment fluctuating here at UNI, obviously these numbers are a little bit different, so I'm giving some averages on some recent data here. We're seeing about 244,000 participations between all of our different programs. You'll see a listing of those programs here in a minute. So we feel that UNI students are really active, love the rec center, and use it frequently. 244,000 participations, in my eyes, is a big number for a school our size. We see approximately 800 students working out. I'll say students, faculty, and staff per day. That fluctuates on weekends as well, as we all know. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're seeing those numbers. We also are a major hub for rentals for basketball, youth basketball, volleyball tournaments. And so all of our rentals that we do for pool parties and climbing wall rentals and basketball and volleyball tournaments, we're seeing an additional 40,000 visitors. And because of the way the building was designed, we actually have some tournament directors who will host in our building coming from Minnesota. And so, we see that as part of our town and gown piece for the university in terms of our tourism impact that we have here. We've got 4 data points on there. The bottom 3, pretty much every school in the country is looking at those 3. During COVID, we did a quick survey with our students to find out the impact of physical and mental health and use of recreation facilities and services. The physical health piece is pretty obvious. We had 1,447 surveys back. I thought we'd get 80. So we know we got a pretty good response rate on this one. 90.3% of the students who responded to that survey said that the WRC, the facilities, and the programs within it had a positive impact on their mental health. That is a data point that my peers around the country are using now, saying, you and I did this study, here's what they found, and we're trying to show the importance of recreation services on our campuses. And like I said, that's a national conversation. So we're pretty proud of that survey that we completed. We're a major facility manager for campus, so obviously we have the Wellness and Recreation Center attached to the north end of the Unidome. There's a couple of facilities here I want to point out because they were special projects. The 9-court tennis court project was a 28E agreement between you and I, the City of Cedar Falls, and the Cedar Falls Community School District. We're pretty proud of that project because all 3 of those entities needed a tennis court complex because their tennis courts were failing. We got together, figured out how to do it together. That led to some major gifts to pay for up to 1/3 of the total project. We're now 6 years in. For tennis courts, it still looks brand new, and we are looking forward to having that tennis complex in place for quite some time. The soft trail and pond system on the north there that you see there, the pond system is essentially owned by the city as a flood retention area, but we program it. There's trails around it, so we have our cross-country ski program in there that we groom. There's fishing in the pond. We use it for broom ball in the winter. We do have an intramural ice fishing event in there. So again, the city owns most of it, but we program it. And then off to the left there, you see how the trail system goes off to the left. We've got about a 3K soft trail out there where students, in terms of their mental health, can literally leave campus, the hub of campus, and go to a quiet area. And to have that right on campus for our size school, we're pretty proud of that. And it gets used quite frequently. We had an 8-field complex for our sport clubs out to the left of this photo here, and that was another agreement with the school district. That area is now where Cedar Falls High School resides. And what that allowed us to do was renovate the current intramural complex you see to the left of the parking lot there and our sport club fields. So that allowed us to have dedicated rugby fields for our 2 rugby teams, which I'll talk about here in a minute. Soccer fields, we need to make improvements to the baseball field here coming soon. And then our outdoor fitness area is just 2 apparatuses outside the rec center, which are the same that the city has around the city. So we're part of the Cedar Falls Fitness Trail, having those attached to the building. The old physical education center was built before the Unidome. That building now is 52 years old. The Wellness Rec Center that was built in an L shape around the old physical education center is now 28 years old, still looks brand new. And right now, as we speak, we are hosting the state workshop for collegiate recreation. So we have 80 of our Hawkeye, Cyclone, and Bulldog friends and other schools represented here on campus today. They walked into the rec center, they couldn't believe it was 28 years old. So those are my peers who know this very well. In terms of services that we provide, I'll highlight a couple of these for you. Like our friends at Drake, Iowa, and Iowa State, we have a unified sports program within intramurals, which we work with local Special Olympics programs. We're pretty proud of that program for sure. I'll touch on sport clubs here in a minute. But you can see we have a pretty vibrant array of programs and services, not only for students, faculty, and staff on campus, but also the local community. I'll highlight that safety certification program. So we are a regional hub for the American Red Cross. Some of your local hometown swimming pools might be sending your high school lifeguards to get trained by us here at UNI. And we have hundreds of certifications per year that we're providing to College of Education students. They're going to be teachers. We work with UNI Public Safety. We work with dining. We work with our risk people here on campus as well as our local communities to try to increase the safety certifications that our local communities and citizens have. I talked about facility rentals a little bit earlier. We obviously do a lot of special events as well. That's the first indoor water slide on a college campus in the United States, so I thought I would highlight that. And you might wonder why we have that. Well, we're turning out some of the best aquatics people in the United States are going through our academic programs, working for our department in their free time, and then using the facility. As of 3 years ago, all the swimming pools at University of Texas were managed by Panthers. So again, we are turning out some fantastic students who are learning from us, learning in the classroom, and then going out and doing our jobs as recreation professionals, not only in the United States, but also for our military institutions, military bases around the globe. 28E agreements, so the city of Cedar Falls, that was our tennis complex, which I just mentioned, and then the other 28 was the school district, which was in on the tennis courts, and then in addition to that, the sale of the land for the new high school. We employ 220 students. Some of them work in 5 different jobs for us. So lifeguards might also teach swim lessons for us. They might also teach American Red Cross certification program. So our 220 students work in about 400 different jobs. Those are 15 different types of jobs. Lifeguards are pretty obvious what they do. Front desk staff, this student is working in our free weight room. Almost every major on campus is represented. It's not a place only our PE students or our recreation management students work. We have students at the front desk who are accounting majors who like to work at the rec center. Program assistants in each area. With the size of our staff, we rely on students to help us manage the program. So aquatics has 2 program assistants, outdoor has 3, et cetera. And those are the students where we're getting phone calls from other schools around the country saying, who are you graduating? Because we know your undergraduates really got a great experience working at your rec center at UNI. There's more awards than this, but these are the recent ones. So again, Red Cross is a big deal for us. We won an Innovative Programming Award last year from the National Intramural Rec Sports Association for an aquatic event we had. And we also have multiple of our staff who have won national awards either from AOR, which is the Association of Outdoor Educators, as well as the National Intramural Rec Sports Association. And here's an example of a lifeguard class that's being taught by one of our students with local high school students as well as UNI students. We track many performance indicators. I like to show this photo to whoever will look at it because it is an absolutely beautiful setting, and that is the pond on the north side of the rec center in the dome. So our students have access to an absolutely gorgeous outdoor environment right here on campus, literally 500 yards from the rec center. So in this particular case, you can see our students are enjoying this particular space. So we're tracking facility use, those 244,000 participations per year. We have over 1,000, or right at 1,000 students in intramurals right now this semester, which is an uptick of about 300 to 350 students based on last fall. So the intramural program has rebounded significantly. We also, based on our budget, roughly a third of our budget is related to our ability to rent the building to those basketball tournaments and those kids' parties in the pools and climbing wall rentals and those kinds of things. And we do charge for some of our programs as well. If students want to check out camping gear for the weekend, we're charging for that. So that's an important piece to what we do. And then faculty and staff memberships as well as alumni memberships to the building. We have 19 different sport clubs. They're student-led. They're like any other school in the country. They will compete in regional conferences, and if they win those, they're invited to nationals, and I'll talk about 2 here in a second. And this is a great leadership opportunity, and just like all the other clubs, 250 clubs we have on campus, students who take a leadership role in these clubs, that looks great for their resumes. And past students will tell you that these things are really important for students. The sport clubs fit right in. Being the president of the rugby club who's traveling nationally and managing a $50,000 budget is a big deal as an undergraduate student. So we recognize that, and we work with those students to try to help them figure out how that learning opportunity is going to be valuable for them in the future. Our two rugby teams are ranked number 2 in the country right now. Our women play at the Division I level. Their conference is Iowa, Iowa State, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Winona State. I can tell you without mentioning any other schools, there's very few schools around the country that want to play UNI in women's rugby. And they are going to the regional tournament in Kansas City here this Friday, actually. If they win Friday, they'll play Sunday. And if they win that, they play in the national title game in Houston on December 7th. Our men's team, also ranked number 2. They play at the Division II level. They've won their last 3 games, 95-10, 94-0, 99-12. So again, there are a lot of schools who don't want to play UNI men's rugby. And the game last weekend was against Northwestern. That's a Power 5 school. So our rugby teams are really successful, and that's just 2 of our 19 teams who are really showing off the UNI Panther at the regional and national level. So we're really, I mean, you can hear it from me. We're proud of what we're doing in sport clubs, for sure. And with that, if there's any questions, I would love to try to answer them for you.
Regent Hensley?
Thank you. I noticed in all of your different activities, sports activities, and you've got the 28E agreement with the city of Cedar Falls and the schools, there were no pickle court. Are you not having interest in pickle courts? I know a lot of the cities are redoing their tennis courts to include maybe 2 or 3 pickle courts.
Sure. So the 9 courts that we have currently that I mentioned earlier, 2 of those courts have pickleball lines on them. A third court has the youth 60-foot lines on them.
Okay.
It would be great if we added some pickleball courts, but right off campus at Orchard Hill Elementary, we have about 140 people in the Cedar Falls Pickleball Club, not the university's pickleball club, which we have 60, by the way. And the Cedar Falls Pickleball Club has built 16 courts, 8 of which are lit. That's about 3 miles off campus. So we know that some of our students are going to use that, and it's brand new. It's less than, actually was built last year. So yes, in the future, we'd love to build some pickleball courts. We do have the ability to play inside. In fact, we have 2 courts set up in the WRC today.
So of the tennis courts then, is there the possibility that some additional courts could be converted into pickleball courts? I mean, is your tennis usage going down because of pickleball courts?
No, we have sometimes as many as 40 students in our tennis club. Okay. The tennis court complex right now is in 2 pieces. So there's a 3-court facility that's fenced in as 3 courts, and then there's 6 courts that are fenced in. From an NCAA perspective, we need to keep those 6 courts without pickleball lines on them. If we do put pickleball lines on them, it affects our ability to use it for our varsity tennis team. Okay. We do have a wish list of a phase 2 to that project at some point for 3 more courts that could be either tennis, pickleball, or both. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you for being here to present. Certainly can attest to how important the rec services are. I enjoyed using them. You didn't touch at all on workout classes, but I remember going to some of the fitness classes, and it's students that run those as well, right? That they become certified.
All 12 of our personal trainers are exercise physiology majors. We have about 10 group exercise instructors, but they're from all majors across campus. So, but yes, we have 2 faculty that we pay to come in and teach specialty classes for us, a cardio dance class and a yoga class, which it's hard to have undergraduate students with the ability to teach those 2 based on national certifications.
Well, very good. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Appreciate it.
And thanks for letting us talk about, again, that holistic experience of what students are doing about 80% of their time outside of class.
Is there any other business to come before our committee today? Hearing none, our next meeting is scheduled for February 26th at the Board of Regents office. The Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee is adjourned and also adjourned for lunch.
Yes, we'll adjourn for lunch. Let's try to be back within an hour if we can, as close to. We're running a little behind.
I'm going to call the meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee meeting to, what do I want to say? To order. I'm sorry. And I know Chris has already been welcomed to our board, but I too want to welcome her to the Academic Affairs Committee as she's our vice chair. So welcome, Chris. Our first item of business is the approval of the Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes for September. And I think you've all had those. Are there any additions or changes to those minutes? Hearing none, we'll approve those by general consent. University of Northern Iowa has a termination request, and Provost Herrera is here to present that. Jose?
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer, and let me add my thank you to Regent Hensley to the chorus of welcome to you and I, and thank you for serving. I have the pleasure today of having some reinforcements to help me with all of the 4 items that we have proposed today, and I'd like to have Dr. Aditi Heisted present those items.
Hi, everyone. So the first item here is requesting permission for a termination of the BA in Textiles and Apparel. The Textiles and Apparel BA was developed as an industry-responsive program providing a generalist foundation in the textiles industry, including marketing, design, advertising, product development, sourcing, and buying. However, due to declining student enrollment and faculty retirements, the continuation of the program is not sustainable at this time. UNI is requesting approval to terminate the Textiles and Apparel BA. All students actively enrolled at UNI will have completed all required coursework by the end of this semester. While difficult to terminate a longstanding program, declining student enrollments and the retirement of faculty have forced a decision about how best to allocate resources. At this time, resources must be allocated towards programs with more evidence of growth. Therefore, we're requesting permission to terminate this program.
Any questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll recommend full approval to the full board. Thank you. Next, UNI has also 2 requests for new programs. Provost Herrera.
I'll go ahead and
all right,
I'll go ahead and present those. So the first one, we are requesting permission to offer a 30 credit hour interdisciplinary non-thesis master's degree consisting of 2 or more education-related stackable graduate certificates or endorsements. The Masters of Arts in Education, Transformative Education, or MAETE, will attract current teachers who desire to take on more responsibility and leadership in their workplace while still staying close to classrooms and students. This degree is made up of stackable graduate certificates that will allow practicing teachers to focus on their own career development, content innovation, and/or high-need specialization areas. The graduates of this program will likely return to the classroom and serve as discipline-based consultants or grade-level teacher leaders within their school or district. Some of these graduates may elect to complete their EDD degrees with us with the intention of greater responsibility in curriculum and instruction. The common core for this degree is the Transformative Education Graduate Certificate that introduces students to the methodology of action research as a means of improving their own classrooms. This certificate provides teachers a methodology for exploring the question, why do my methods work for most students, but not necessarily all students? What can I do differently to positively impact more students? Through guided practice, using classroom case studies, their own as well as others, these teacher students will develop the tools necessary to engage in continuous improvement and become teacher leaders. The program also requires students to select 1 to 2 additional graduate certificates or endorsements focused on contemporary and often needed content specialization and/or professional development. Possible certificates and/or endorsements include, for example, early childhood education, artificial intelligence in education, information technology, and computer science. As a matter of fact, you just were introduced to one of our computer science education faculty members who would be providing this type of certificate. This is an online program offered asynchronously with bi-weekly synchronous discussion meetings, and over the course of the next 5 years, UNI expects that enrollment in the program will grow from an initial class of approximately 7 students to ongoing cohorts of 25. Consultations with colleagues from Iowa State and the University of Iowa indicated no objections or concerns, and both institutions wished us success.
Okay. You want to go ahead and take the second one, and then we'll take questions?
Sure. So this is a new Master's of Arts in Teaching. This new program aligns with UNI's long history and mission of preparing educators to serve the state of Iowa. The MAT addresses a growing interest from graduates of BA majors who did not initially pursue the education profession, lack the professional education coursework required to be eligible to receiving a teaching license, but now want to become teachers. The Master's of Arts in Teaching program is a 35 credit hour graduate program offered to graduates of secondary BA programs such as history, English, business, athletic training, and physical education, who desire to enter the field of education and become teachers. The program features graduate coursework in methods, educator essentials, and professional clinical experiences from the core of the UNI teacher education program. The program will include 2 professional internship experiences and student teaching. These experiences will meet credit and hour requirements for licensure through the Board of Educational Examiners. This online MAT offers a path forward for career changers who are graduates of a major of a secondary program. We anticipate that the program will begin with approximately 15 to 20 students and grow to 45 to 50 by year 5. UNI reached out to both ISU and SUI, and both institutions support this effort.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns about these 2 new programs? Okay. Hearing none, we'll recommend approval to the full board. Thank you. And then there's one last request from the University of Northern Iowa in the area of construction management. Go ahead.
So this is a request to create a construction management department, which is a really exciting opportunity for UNI. UNI is requesting your approval to elevate the construction management program currently housed within our Applied Engineering and Technical Management Department within the College of Humanities, Arts, and Sciences in order to create a freestanding construction management department. This request is accompanied by the secondary request to remove and technical management from the Applied Engineering and Technical Management Department title. By decoupling construction management and applied engineering, UNI can better promote and nurture each program's distinctiveness, provide a more focused student experience, and strengthen the marketing and recruitment opportunities for both programs. Over the course of this year, strategic planning efforts for both construction management and applied engineering will engage with a wide variety of stakeholders: faculty, staff, students, advisory boards, marketing, enrollment management, and focus on governance structures, marketing, recruitment, and enrollment, as well as career placement, in an effort to have strategic plans ready for implementation by July 2025. By realigning the reporting structure of construction management, applied engineering may also focus on growing and expanding engineering, manufacturing, and technical programs and marketing those programs to prospective Iowa students and their families. While the construction management program is not accredited, other programs within the applied engineering and technical management are accredited through ABET, so you and I will work with ABET to make sure that all of the changes are in line with their requirements. This administrative reorganization will not impact curricula. All faculty and staff will be retained, and both departments will reside in the Applied Engineering building. The reorganization will be implemented with existing one-time funds. Additional investments to base budgets will be predicated on enrollment increases, including the hiring of an additional department head for Applied Engineering. Pending necessary consultations and, of course, approvals, Applied Engineering and Construction Management will be two distinct departments beginning the 1st of July, 2025.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns? Regent Hensley.
Question, thank you. Could you talk a little bit more about the advisory councils, and will the construction management have its own separate advisory council? And if so, what type of individuals will be a part of that council?
Yeah, so the Department of Applied Engineering and Technical Management actually has a very strong history of advisory boards. And they select advisory board members based on the different types of degrees that are being offered. So right now, we have an executive advisory board that includes industry partners from electrical engineering, from manufacturing, from construction management. And then we also have sub-advisory boards in each of those areas. So we will maintain the advisory boards in each of the areas. In terms of some of the folks who are on these, I actually recently had the opportunity to go to a career fair for the department and met all kinds of business leaders as well as engineers from companies like, obviously, John Deere, for example.
So you have representatives on the advisory boards that are really geographically spread throughout the state. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair. I actually was on a meeting with them yesterday, and we do those meetings via Zoom.
Sure.
Although every once in a while, they'll come, especially for recruiting, they'll come to campus.
Any other questions or concerns? Regent Kramer.
I'll just make a comment as I've tried to recruit those students too. I mean, I think it's a great program and I'm glad to see it be kind of elevated. So yeah, looking forward to it and more opportunities. If you learn anyone wants to build bridges, just point them my way. So.
Literally or figuratively? Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Hearing no objections, we'll recommend approval to the full board for the Department of Construction Management at the University of Northern Iowa. The University of Iowa has a program termination request. Provost Kriegel is here to facilitate that.
Thank you, Regent Lindenmeyer. So the University of Iowa is requesting the termination of the Doctor of Philosophy of Second Language Acquisition in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The PhD in Second Language Acquisition supports the advanced study of non-native language learning by integrating the methodologies of varied academic disciplines such as linguistics, psychology, psycholinguistics, sociology, conversation analysis, and education. The student demand for the program has significantly decreased, and actually there are no current students or applicants in the program at this point. The final student in the program matriculated in 2023. The faculty who are involved in this program will continue to contribute to other programs in the Division of World Languages and Cultures. Cost savings from the vacant faculty positions in the program will be then redirected to other graduate and undergraduate programs in the division that are currently experiencing growth. And there are no other similar programs in the state, and there is no workforce impact anticipated given the low demand for the program.
Thank you. Any questions about this request for a program termination? Okay. Hearing none, we'll recommend approval to the full board of the termination of the PhD in Second Language Acquisition at the University of Iowa. Kevin, do you want to continue with, okay, go ahead with the next.
So the University of Iowa is requesting suspension of admissions to the Master of Science in Finance program in the Tippie College of Business. The MS in Finance is a 45-semester-hour on-campus program designated to accelerate careers and develop deep finance expertise with a strong emphasis on communication. The Tippy College of Business is requesting temporary suspension of this program and its admission as the college is exploring development of an online option for the MS in Finance that would better address current market demands. Any current applicants or admitted students for fall of 25 will be notified of the admission suspension if approved and refunded any fees. They will also then be offered the option to apply for the MS in Business Analytics program on campus. If approved, the MS in Finance will have decreased enrollment. Faculty effort will be reallocated toward the growing population of undergraduate finance majors that we're facing and minors, as well as the development of a potential online learning center. The workforce issue is one that won't be impacted here. The suspension is expected to be for 1 year, and Tippy offers related programs that meet workforce needs in this area. Additionally, Iowa State offers a 30-semester-hour full-time on-campus MS program in finance.
Any questions for Provost Kriegel? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing no questions or concerns, we'll recommend approval to the full board for suspension of admission in the Master of Science in Finance at the University of Iowa. Thank you. This is the time that we accept and review the professional development assignments, and to offer that report is our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Rachel Boone.
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer. The report before you in the docket gives summaries on 104 professional development assignments that were taken during the 2023-24 academic year. It's important to note in the report, I want to highlight the $16 million thus far in grants received. There are some that are still pending notification. So that number could go up, which is an outstanding result. For every dollar spent to offer these PDAs, there's been a return of $34 already, and that's going to grow quite likely. So in addition to just that, there were all types, as you saw in there, publications, numerous creative works. There were courses that were developed or completely revamped to modernize them. Students have been mentored through these processes in this time, and patent applications submitted. So our faculty have been extraordinarily productive during this professional development time. Again, as you noted, the action here is just to receive the report, but we also are happy to take any questions, and the provosts are all here and can help respond to those.
Any questions? Like you got off easy today. There's a lot of material there. Yeah. Would you like to continue with the request for the next fiscal year?
Yes, thank you. The professional development assignment requests for, it'd be for 2025-26. So this is a future-looking request. There are, you know what, I think I have the number wrong. Were there also 100? I wrote down the wrong number here. There were, I think, 104 requests. Am I saying it right? Okay. I might have said it wrong on the last one. For PDAs for FY26, this is under the threshold of 3%, which is set in policy by board policy for the Regents. I will note there was one typo that I've corrected in the online version of this for you and I. It erroneously said 1.5% earlier on. It's been updated to 2, which is accurate. The anticipated cost of these is around $284,000, but again, we just talked about the ROI that is typically found. The ROI I described for FY24 that is historically strong. So we would expect something similar out of this set. There's a lot of, the PDAs span a lot of fields and disciplines. History, engineering, music, finance, education. It's every department you can imagine on our campuses. A lot of good work being proposed here. So there is an action request on this. We would request that you advance these for approval to the full board.
Any questions or concerns about these requests? Regent Hensley.
Thank you. I don't have any concerns about the report, but just an observation as I was reading through all of them, and there is a lot to read. There was difference in the criteria between the universities as to how they awarded the PDAs. So I was just curious as to why that's not consistent in many of the cases. I'm trying to remember which one I read, but I think it said you had to be on faculty for 6 years versus some of the others, it was not as long.
I think that has to do with the difference in our missions. So much of what we do at UNI is make sure we prepare researchers to be, and scholars to be teachers. And so one of the things that we're looking for is how does that contribute to that mission, that goal at UNI? Certainly it's a lot different at Iowa and Iowa State.
And in our case, the individual has to be tenured.
Okay.
That would be past that 6-year point. And one important point for all of us, I think, is these are really competitive, and you just don't apply and get awarded. So there's a real rigorous scrutinization of these individuals to make sure that they are one of our most talented and productive faculty, and they're really going to benefit from this experience.
Okay.
I echo that comment as well. We prioritize the strength of our faculty in determining who should be eligible for these awards, encouraging them to apply for grants, as noted already, as well as opportunities for prestigious external fellowships.
And Regent Hensley, I would just quickly add, and I hope these three gentlemen will correct me if I'm wrong, but the criteria and everything and the policies around this at each institution are part of the faculty governance process, are involved in developing all of those policies. And so because they each have their own unique faculty senates or faculty councils, as they refer to them, part of that would be the history of that process, of that governance, campus-level governance process on making the decisions on those policies. So that would explain some of the differentiation. It's 3 separate bodies that are all having those discussions.
Thank you.
Question? Any other questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none, this committee will recommend approval of the 104 requests for professional development assignments for FY26. Thank you. Our final item is the annual accreditation report to the board, and I believe we have a new set of presenters here joining us. Kristen Moser from the University of Northern Iowa, Tanya Uden-Holman, University of Iowa, and Anne-Marie van der Zanden from Iowa State University.
And Regent Lindemeyer, while they're getting settled, I will just share the annual accreditation report is something that we bring to the board. It is no action request on that, just it is offered to the committee. And it covers the programmatic level accreditations from the prior year. So that's what you see reflected there. As you know, the Higher Learning Commission is an institution level accreditor. And so because they're each on different cycles, as they'll describe to you here shortly, this report is always focused just on the programmatic accreditors, but they're going to talk about both in this presentation here shortly. So I'll turn it over to the 3 of you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present on this today. I'm Anne-Marie van der Zanden, the Associate Provost for Academic Programs at Iowa State University.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Moser. I'm the Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Planning here at UNI, and I chair our accreditation efforts.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Uden-Holman. I'm the Associate Provost for Undergraduate Education and Dean of the University College at Iowa. I also serve as the Accreditation Liaison Officer for the Higher Learning Commission.
So each of us at our own institutions are involved in accreditation in some way or another. We also are involved in the program reviews that we submit annually to the Board of Regents. And so today we wanted to talk a little bit about the programmatic accreditation, to be able to describe how it's a little bit different and why we engage in that, and then how that relates to our HLC accreditations. So when we talk about programmatic accreditation, each institution has multiple programmatic accreditations in addition to our university level accreditor, which is HLC. In the case of these programmatic accreditors, they require specific knowledge, skills, and abilities related to the discipline. A couple of examples include our business college, the medical areas, and at Iowa State, also the Veterinary College. And we'll talk a little bit more about each of those. The other thing that I think is important to know is that in many cases, successful completion of an accredited program is necessary in order to apply for required licensure. So for example, if you want to be a CPA, you need to graduate from an accredited accounting program and then successfully complete the CPA exam. Another example would be related to teacher licensure. Before you can apply for that, you need to graduate from an accredited program. So each of us will now talk a little bit about some of the programmatic accreditations at our own institutions to give you a little bit of a flavor for what each of us have, and then we'll talk about the HLC pieces. So at Iowa State, 63% of our undergraduate students and our DVMs, so our veterinary medicine students, are enrolled in a programmatic accredited program. So a few examples are our business college, which is an AACSB accredited program. Our accounting program also has separate accrediting from AACSB. Our engineering programs are all ABET accredited. We also have two specific ones I want to draw your attention to in our College of Design. That is our architectural accreditation and our landscape architecture accreditation. And then our AVMA, American Veterinary Medical Association, is also an accreditor for our Vet Med program. I am happy to report that recently all three of our deans for the College of Business, for the College of Engineering, and for the College of Vet Med have reported positive outcomes from the accrediting visits that they had for their programs this fall. Obviously, it takes time for the full review to be completed, but we anticipate having positive results in next year's accrediting report.
All right, well, I'm going to focus my comments on programmatic accreditation as it relates to our health sciences campus. So across our 5 health sciences colleges, which include dentistry, medicine, nursing, pharmacy, and public health, we have approximately 20 specialized collegiate and/or program accreditations. They range from specialized accreditation for the entire college. So the College of Public Health, which is my home college, was collegiate accreditation, which included all degree programs. So undergraduate, our master's, as well as our practice degrees. We also have specific degree programs, which are listed on some of them on the slide. So for example, the MD, PT, and BSN. And then there are also certificates that go through their own accreditation. So like I said, these are just a few examples of the 20 that we have. As was previously noted, successful completion of an accredited program is important as it's necessary to apply for licensure. However, I really also wanted to highlight, in the context of health professions education, that accreditation has both quality assurance and continuous quality improvement functions as they relate to the quality of learner selection, curriculum content, teaching and learning environments, and assessment systems. And ultimately, the goal of accreditation is to ensure the competence and practices of our graduates in their profession, which directly impacts healthcare outcomes. And so I think that's something that I really wanted to elevate and uplift here, is that, you know, sometimes we might mostly think about kind of that regulatory function, but the work of the accrediting bodies also has very much that continuous quality improvement iterative process that's important as we look at the health outcomes of populations. I also wanted to just briefly share that there's actually collaboration across health sciences accrediting bodies around competencies of mutual interest, such as interprofessional collaborative practice. And to me, that's also an example of the evolution of curriculum based on the population needs. We know that if we think about our patient populations, that often their care is very complex, and sometimes it, you know, can be tied to where they live and things like that. So there was really recognition the importance of coming together to address that. So the Interprofessional Education Collaborative, which represents 21 health professions association, really worked to ensure that there are competencies included in health sciences accreditations that are essential for patient-centered, community, and population-oriented interprofessional collaborative practice. So those are just a few things that I wanted to highlight, since we are very fortunate to have such a comprehensive healthcare campus to share with you today.
Thank you. So I want to switch gears a little bit and just focus specifically on educator preparation accreditation. So in addition to some of the others mentioned by Anne-Marie, ABED and AACSB, we have all of those, but specifically with educator prep, 26% of all UNI undergraduate students are in some type of educator preparation program here at UNI. So at the national level, there are 2 different national accrediting bodies for educator preparation. Iowa is one of the few states that has decided to go a little bit of a different route when it comes to that. And so instead, all colleges and universities are required to basically be engaged in practitioner preparation subject to the Iowa Board of Education as provided in the Code of Iowa. So essentially, each program must meet the requirements outlined in state code. Those requirements do mirror the national standards, but again, it's just a little bit of a different model compared to what we're seeing across some of the other states. What I will say is that these standards are in place so that student license reciprocity can happen. These licenses can be portable. Students can move throughout the state and around the country because we are ensuring that we're meeting these requirements. So when we think about this rigorous process, and we like to look at accreditation not as a regulatory compliance, but I don't know, maybe I've drank the Kool-Aid here, but we genuinely believe it helps us be better at the work that we do, and we embrace this fully. At least when people look at me, they tell me they do. No, just kidding. But essentially, we're looking at making sure that we are ensuring these high-quality standards, not only for our students who go through these programs, but also for students in PK through 12 around the state of Iowa. We have a responsibility to them to make sure that they are getting what they need to succeed, and so these accreditation standards help us to do that. We also really appreciate the sort of open dialogue that happens in this process. So throughout the 7-year cycle under these reviews, we have a number of opportunities to engage not only with our peers at Iowa and Iowa State, but also at colleges and universities across the state. We have review groups who come together. We have bodies that look at this. We collaborate. It ensures that everyone across the state is really operating under the same standards and in a collegial way. It's not really competitive. It helps us to all be better at delivering the programs that we deliver for our educator prep students.
So the next thing we want to do is talk a little bit about HLC as it relates to each of our 3 institutions. We're each at a different stage in our process, and really I want to focus in on some of what Kristen mentioned about using our accreditor and the work that we do in preparation for that as part of our institutional continuous improvement. That's really, again, I would say how we focus on this at Iowa State. So although I would say many members on our campus think that HLC comes to campus once every 10 years. I can assure you that it has been top of mind for many of us for every year since we had our last full review, which would have been in the 2015-2016 timeframe. Tanya will talk in a moment about the elements that go into that comprehensive review. But then about 5 years into the process, we have what is called the mid-cycle review. And at that time, we provide an updated assurance argument and evidence files, really just to reiterate to HLC that, yes, we're still doing the same things we were doing before. We've made progress on any of the recommendations that they had from the last outcome. And here's how we're going to continue to get ready as we prepare for the next comprehensive review. A few years before your comprehensive review, you are asked to complete a quality initiative. And I think this is really where each of our institutions are using our accreditation to help us continually improve what it is we do at our institutions. I've listed an example here for Iowa State. The nice thing about this quality initiative is each institution is able to choose what they want to do for their quality initiative. You can tie it into a lot of different things that you're doing on your campus, but we really focused on our institutional mission and some of our strategic initiatives that were underway. And both of those we felt were really important to focus on student success, specifically on graduation and retention rates. And so we, as an institution, participated in the American Council on Education Learner Success Lab. It's abbreviated as the ACE Learner Lab. And we really, we did a comprehensive kind of landscape analysis on campus. What types of things were we doing that were being effective in supporting our students in retention and in graduation rates? And then developed a set of recommendations related to that. And then since spring of '23 through this coming spring, we'll be implementing and assessing those recommendations. And just a couple of examples I wanted to point out from that. The first is that we use the outcomes from our Learner Success Lab to help inform some of the strategic investments that President Winterstein made when it came to our new strategic plan. I'm very excited to report that a lot of good work has been done on that in the last 1.5 to 2 years. And this spring, we'll be hosting a student success symposium on campus to highlight the outcomes of that work, and then also to really create a framework of what we need to do next as we continue to work on student success and opportunities for our students. So that's the quality initiative. We have to submit a report on that, which we'll be doing in the spring as well. And then you can see for Iowa State, our comprehensive review is up in the 25-26 academic year. So about 1.5 years ago, we launched our initiative on campus to make sure campus knows this is coming. We've got 5 different working groups that are working on it. It includes well over 45 students, staff, and faculty across the institution. Our assurance argument needs to be completed by November of 2025, and our site visit is already scheduled, and it will be in March of 2026. So there is much work to be done between now and the time the argument is posted, but we have a great group of people across campus who are really bringing their expertise to what it is that we need to do institutionally. The last thing I want to share is an outcome of our last accreditation review that we had, so the 2015-2016 review. One of the things that came from that was an opportunity for us to do better as we post our academic program learning outcomes. So a recommendation, again, in the spirit of continuous improvement, that came from the peer reviewers was that there was some inconsistency in how many of our programs had the program learning outcomes listed and visible to all students. We had some great examples, and we had some others that we really felt we could do better on. And so that last paragraph there is really using shared governance at our institution with our faculty senate. We leveraged a new catalog publishing system, which was good timing, and our transition to Workday Student to enhance that transparency of degree outcomes for our students. And so we worked with each of the departments, academic programs, our faculty senate, and now have the set of learning outcomes for each program available to students. We know we will continue to refine those over time, but that's, I think, a great example of that continuous improvement we've done as a result of our HLC accreditation. Tanya?
All right, I'll just kind of share briefly where we are, kind of our accreditation cycle. So I took my position, I started in June of 2018, and I had just finished, I was the point person for the College of Public Health accreditation, and we had just finished our site visit, and then I moved to the provost office and jumped right into HLC. I'm like, if I had known about that, no. I do, accreditation is something that's near and dear. So when I started in 2018, we were already hard at work at our assurance argument, and I assisted as well with our federal compliance documentation. And then in March 2018, we had a site visit by a team of HLC peer reviewers. And so it's a great opportunity to really learn. I knew a lot about campus, but it's a wonderful opportunity for so many campus partners to learn about what's going on. We then had our mid-cycle review in 2023, where we, as Anne Marie said, updated our assurance argument, and then you have a virtual site visit. So no one comes to campus, they just meet and go through the materials. And then where we're at right now, and I'll share a little bit more on, is about our quality initiative. So you basically have a 5-year window to implement and assess a 3-year institutional improvement initiative. And the one that we had completed before I started in my position actually focused on first-generation students. And I think that probably many of you have heard President Wilson talk about all of our initiatives regarding first-gen students. And a lot of those outgrowths actually came out of our quality initiative. So to me, that's a really nice way to tie something that, you know, we knew it was important on our campus, and to then see how far we've come. And then our comprehensive review will happen again in 28-29. So I want to focus a little bit, Anne-Marie, if you'll go to the next slide, on our current HLC quality initiative, which has to do with advancing data literacy. I think that it won't surprise any of you to hear that we have a lot of data on our campus. And sometimes it's really challenging because if we think about where do we go to get data, what does it mean? Sometimes it's hard when you don't even know what you don't know, perhaps. And so based on some additional information or some work that we had done in the Office of the Provost, we knew that data literacy, especially for academic users, was a need. Also, I know that President Wilson has talked about our strategic plan, and I just want to uplift that this work is really tied directly to our strategic plan, action, and resource committees that we have. So we have one that's focused on data, also the Excellence in Teaching and Learning Student Success Spark and Faculty Success Spark. These all come together. So the goal of our quality initiative is to support meaningful and appropriate use of institutional data to support student success by academic decision makers, many of whom have limited experience working with institutional data related to student success. And so we feel that that's really important. So we're beginning this semester actually by seeking user feedback on existing data sources, access points, and solutions. And we're going to be using this feedback to improve existing resources. So we have benchmarks available, but sometimes perhaps what programmers think would be a really pretty dashboard is, you know, what looks good on the screen isn't perhaps give you the actionable data that you need. And so we'll really be working to get feedback from our users. And then we'll also be identifying gaps. So what's missing? What do you wish that you had that you don't? And at the same time, we're going to be examining a range of models for developing greater data literacy from peer institutions and in the literature. So our work this spring will be working with a group with the Excellence in Teaching and Learning DEO Action Group. Last year, they were very involved in our teaching assessment framework. And so we decided to leverage them and bring in some additional individuals from across different colleges to really work with us in terms of, as DEOs, what would be helpful to you as you look at academic-related data to student success, to help think about how are your students progressing to degree, the courses that they need, et cetera. So we're really excited about this initiative, and I think it's a really great opportunity for us. So I appreciate the chance to share a bit with you today about it.
So as Anne-Marie mentioned, we are sort of jumping in the middle here of our mid-cycle review. So this is something that you and I has done for the very first time. What happened, I mean, I know you said that some people think that it's only every 10 years when HLC comes. Quite honestly, it used to be that way. It was you did your review, 10 years later, you had another review. And we did our work, but if I'm being fully transparent, it wasn't always probably up to the standard until about 2 or 3 years before they came. So several years ago, HLC made several changes to put us in these different stages throughout that 10-year cycle. So you have the QIP that was mentioned. You have that 10-year review. And then we're in the midst of this 4-year review. So we jumped in the last time in, I think it was 2016, 2017 on our QIP. We had our successful 10-year review in 2021, so we're working on our 4-year review now. That will be in July of 2025. And so one thing I just wanted to point out, you've seen throughout in some of our titles and our text about the open pathway. So that is the least restrictive pathway for HLC accredited institutions. So it gives us the most flexibility. It allows us to have a little bit of wiggle room. There aren't as many standards in place, and we're able to, as long as we abide by, you know, everything that they put out for us, we're able to really move pretty freely within this open pathway. So Within that year 4 review, as was mentioned, what we're doing is we're affirming that we are meeting the standards that we said we were meeting in our 10-year review. So we have a group of, thank you. So we have a group we have a steering committee. We have co-chairs under each of the criterion, and we have several committees on campus who are going through and just looking at that assurance argument. They're updating it. They're looking for areas where maybe we've made some changes. So an example, when we did our 2021 review, we were sort of towards the end of our Gen Ed revisions, but we weren't quite there yet. So we talked a lot about what was happening. What we're going to do this time around is we're going to have to make some edits to that document to really explain how that played out, share some of the outcomes, share some of the evidence and where we're at now with the full implementation of our new general education curriculum. So we filed that new assurance argument where we still have our 35,000 word limit. And so what we're doing is we're looking at those areas where we do need to make edits, and we're parsing down some of the areas. We're adding in a few pieces as needed. And then we're also looking at the areas where we haven't made any major changes since our year 10 review. And we're basically just affirming to HLC again that we are still within compliance of those standards. So during this process, what we really do is, again, we're looking at not only how are we meeting those standards, but then kind of going back to your point, looking at the recommendations that were laid out by the review committee. And so an example from our review, we were commended on our academic program assessment. We won a national award. They were really happy with what we did, but they said, you know what, we'd like to see a little bit more of that approach in co-curricular assessment. So some of the stuff, that Dr. Dennison talked about earlier, looking at, some of the rec services and some of those other support services that we offer our students. How are we demonstrating that we can impact student learning from those support services? And this is where we have an opportunity to really showcase the university, where we can shine at the national level when we share this information. So we make these updates. We have this virtual review team who comes in, does the review. They try to make sure you have at least one person from your 10-year review team so that there is some consistency and there's sort of that longitudinal understanding of the institution. But again, it's a peer review team who's there to ask the right questions. They understand intimately what the challenges that we face as a regional public comprehensive institution, and they're able to give us some really good feedback that we, again, use to help make sure that we're educating students and helping all students succeed here at UNI.
So, Regent Lindenmayer, these are the information that we wanted to share with the group today, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for the President? Regent Barker?
I'm just curious, how much time and money do we spend on accreditation overall?
Well, I can speak about some of the specific time and finances that we spend on that. In order to be part of the HLC accreditation cycle, we spend around $20,000, I think, is our cost for our our membership into HLC. I would say that pays off in very significant dividends, because in order for us to receive federal financial aid dollars, at Iowa State, that's the tune of about $60 million. We feel it's a good investment. As far as the time, it kind of depends on where we are in the cycle. I would say that in working with Rachel in the board office, at least at Iowa State, I can say that we're in a pretty good shape when we get ready for our quality initiative projects, our mid-year cycle reports, and our final reports. Because we do our programmatic reviews on a 7-year cycle, we're able to pull a lot of that information in as we start developing our assurance argument for the HLC review.
But you don't have an estimate of sort of the amount of hours that go into
No.
it? Okay. And do we have a choice of accreditors, either at the institution level or at many of the programmatic levels?
At the programmatic level, I mean, there's usually just
Generally,
one.
usually one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing that I didn't mention earlier that kind of Anne-Marie's comments sparked my memory. So when we talk about like the accreditation of the College of Public Health, there are actually grants, for example, through CDC and HRSA, that you're only eligible to apply if you're an accredited school of public health. And so that's just something that I wanted to note, is that sometimes there is funding that that's the only way that you're eligible, or you get preference. So just in terms of you're looking at return on investment.
Yeah. And at the institutional level, is HLC really the only, or?
There are other accrediting bodies that do accreditation for a whole institution level.
And that we would be eligible to work with, or?
So a few years ago, they made some changes in how they allow for that. Originally, it was regionally based, and we at Iowa State have been accredited by HLC for a significant amount of time. Interesting with some of the changes that have happened in other parts of the country, some of those institutions have changed accreditors, and they've moved to HLC as their accrediting body.
Mm-hmm. But changing, that's not something that we've considered in any recently at all.
Not to my knowledge, and what I will say back to your point about how much time this takes. So if an institution is using this process as intended, these are things that we should be doing anyway to give the highest quality experience that we can to our students. And so time-wise, we should be doing these already. I'll say that. But in terms of switching, there are major differences between the accreditors, and so to make that flip would require a substantial lift and a lot more time.
Yeah. The report that we'll see tomorrow on the DEI report has a large section on accreditation requirements for DEI. I know you worked with board staff on that and probably had a chance to review it. Does that report look to you to be complete and accurate on DEI requirements from accreditors?
It's been Rachel and I worked together, and what did I say? This is part of what I did on my summer vacation. I went through, the standards across, the different accrediting bodies, including the 20 that I mentioned today for the health sciences, and I think we did a very comprehensive review. I went through self-studies from the latest accreditation reports, and so I consider it to be very complete.
I'd agree. This is what I did for my summer break, too. And I would say that we worked very carefully. And that was part of the interesting review, realizing that over 60% of our students who are graduating, our undergraduate students who are graduating from Iowa State, are part of these additional accredited programs that are incredibly important for our students to be successful in the engineering industry. Certainly in the veterinary and production animal health industry. So as we've looked at that, I think it's been very important to consider, what those accrediting bodies' expectations are. But the accrediting bodies don't create their guidelines in a vacuum. They work very closely with industry, in the medical field, I would imagine, for certain, to ensure that the types of things that are included in these accrediting expectations are meeting those overall goals for the industry most broadly, and not just within Iowa, but certainly beyond that.
Any other questions? I've got just one or two. On your professional programming, what are the cyclical ranges of time like for those? Are they 5 to 10 years or 3? I'm sure there's a variance in the...
There is a variance. For example, the College of Public Health is every 7 years. We do have a number now that have moved to every 10 years. So that, as we're looking at the health sciences ones, that's kind of the cycle there.
I would say the same. Ours are somewhere between 5 to 10 years, depending.
Yeah, same. And educator prep is 7.
And on your visitation committees, are those primarily made up, I know Higher Learning Commission is, but are they primarily made up of other university staff, or are there private sector practitioners involved in those evaluator committees?
So it varies. So I'll talk a bit about the College of Public Health. So we, on a collegiate review, you do have academics, but they always try to bring in someone who has more of a practice focus, given that colleges of public health have Master of Public Health degrees. So that's one of the pieces there. So just to note that.
I would say just a couple of examples at Iowa State. Within our veterinary accreditation, there are practicing veterinarians. And then also within our architecture, as another example, it's not only academics, but also practicing architects from across the U.S.
And for educator prep, there are 3 individuals from the Department of Ed who actually sit on that committee. There are typically between 5 and 12 from colleges and universities around the state. And then there's also another sort of regulatory board that does another review independent of that work, just to ensure that all of the standards are being met appropriately.
You answered my next question. I know there was a push a while ago to try to get the Department of Ed to use other accrediting bodies to supplement the information they needed, but they still go through their own approval process for teacher prep?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Hearing none, the committee's happy to accept this accreditation report. It's a great report. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
Well, welcome to the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. This meeting is called to order, and I would also like to welcome Regent Hensley to the Investment Committee. Thank you for being here, and Regent Kramer, also a member of the committee. So our first agenda item is the minutes of the September 18th committee meeting. Are there any questions or edits for those minutes? Hearing none, we will consider them approved by general consent. And agenda item number 2 is the investment and cash management report for the quarter ending September 30th, 2024. And we've got Marquette here to present. So go ahead.
Take it away. Well, good afternoon, everybody. As we normally do, we'll start with some comments on the market. I don't know if you've been checking the news. There's things going on in the market today. You know, the Fed is currently meeting as well, and they're going to be announcing their decision tomorrow. So definitely a lot going on. The data we have here is as of the end of the third quarter. So you know, take it for what it is. It's a little bit dated to where we are today. We've started with the inflation slide for the last several meetings. And again, the story here is that we've clearly made a lot of progress when it comes to inflation. Not quite to the 2% target, but we're getting very close. And this is one of the things that gave the Fed comfort to cut rates as they did at their last meeting. If you look at what's going on in the labor market, again, you know, the news up until September was quite strong. The labor market added quite a considerable amount of jobs in September, well above expectations. The unemployment rate actually dropped a little bit in September. The October report, which came out after the printing of this, was much worse. And the caveat there that the BLS noted was you had the Boeing strikes, which was a considerable amount of employees affected there, and then the hurricane, which also had an impact. But the October report was much below average. When looking at the labor market, you always want to look at trends over time, but clearly the trend, if you look at this page, is that the number of jobs added has certainly come down. The unemployment rate has stabilized, if not slowly ticking up. So if you think about the news that we had been seeing over the last couple of quarters, the second quarter news from an economic standpoint generally was below expectations. And this is the economic surprise index on this page. So if you're below 0, it means any data coming out is below expectations. You can see that trended upwards in the third quarter till sort of the end of September when the labor report came out, where news was actually quite above expectations. So from an economic standpoint, things were certainly looking better in the third quarter. GDP came out at 2.8% in the third quarter, so a pretty strong number overall. If you look at very early on in the fourth quarter where estimates are, consensus estimates are sort of in the 2% range for the fourth quarter, so still looking at some positive GDP to close out the year. So taking all that into account, you look at this page, this is what the Fed has done on the left-hand side with the solid part of the green line. You can see the drop down at the September meeting where they cut rates 50 basis points. And then to the right of that is the projection. So this was projections as of early October. And the takeaway here is that the market is anticipating a rate cut of 25 basis points tomorrow. That's priced in at about a 99% probability. So that's likely going to occur. December, there's about a 2/3 chance of another 25 basis point cut. Then it gets a little murky from there on out. So if you look at the green line, you can see that the stabilization point for the Fed funds rate is around 3% or a shade higher.
Is that a 99% chance of a 25 basis points or more cut, or of a 25 basis point cut?
Of a 25 basis point cut.
Okay, so they're certainly not expecting a 50
Not expecting
at
that
all.
at all.
Right.
Correct. So the expectation is that, at least at this point, of a neutral rate of around 3 or a little bit above when all is said and done. Again, this will likely be revised again and again, as it always is, as new data comes out. But again, the Fed's likely to cut tomorrow, and then there's a pretty good probability of them cutting again another 25 basis points to close out the year. So the yield curve, the one thing I'll point out here, if you look at the green line, this is where we were as of the end of September 2023, and the blue line is where we were as of September 2024. Clearly a large drop in yields across the board, including if you look at the overnight rate. So the takeaway here is that falling yields are very strong for fixed income returns. And if you look at fixed income returns overall, we've actually had close to double-digit returns for fixed income over the last year. So it's been a very accretive environment for fixed income.
The other takeaway here is that parts of the yield curve have started to normalize. So we've been in an inverted yield curve where short rates are higher than long rates for the longest time on record. Well, as of we sit here today, the 2-year is now lower than the 10-year. So you actually have 2-year bonds trading at a lower yield than 10-year bonds, which is, again, the signal of a normalized yield curve. If you think about the last page of where the Fed funds rate might end up, think of the left-hand part of this chart dropping down to 3%, and that gives you that normalized yield curve that most people are used to seeing.
And that inverted yield curve usually signals a recession. We've had the largest inversion ever. It would be pretty remarkable if we had the soft landing and no recession. Is that a fair statement?
It would be certainly abnormal.
Okay.
And it's a good segue to this page. When we talk about the equity markets, I mean, the inverted yield curve is typically one of those forebearers of a recession. And if you look at what happens following rate cuts, the recessions more often than not follow. But there have been points in time where a recession has not followed. And in those environments, following a rate cut, equity markets tend to do pretty well. So should we navigate this current cycle the way everyone hopes, that could be a pretty positive indicator for equity returns going forward. The other thing on the U.S. markets that we've talked a lot about is the impact of the Magnificent Seven, those large tech companies in the market. And in the second quarter, the S&P 500, over 100% of the return came from those 7 stocks. Every other stock in the market was actually negative. If you look at the third quarter, on the right-hand side of this page, you'll see the rest of the S&P 500 actually helped drive the market, which was another strong positive news for overall equity markets. Narrowly led markets typically aren't sustainable, so having a broadly led market is certainly a positive indicator. Switching to non-U.S. markets, I think one of the stories here was currency. The dollar overall has been pretty strong for a considerable period of time. If you look at what happened in the third quarter, the dollar actually weakened relative to developed market currencies by a pretty decent margin. That added about 6% to returns for non-U.S. equity. So that was really one big tailwind for non-U.S. equities. So we sit here today, the dollar strengthening again, so that obviously has been a headwind so far in the fourth quarter. The last 2 pages just look at real estate and private equity, and again, real estate has been a laggard in the portfolio and in the market for a little while now. Again, this was one of the best performers in 2022, and then we've seen it certainly draw back. We're looking at activity starting to slowly pick up. Everyone's looking for what the bottom will look like in real estate. But the positive news is you're starting to see some transaction activity. I don't think anyone is pounding the table, pointing at a bottom quite yet, but there are some positive signs that transactions are starting to occur, and certainly lowering of the overnight rate and maybe some additional drops in yields might benefit that additionally. And then on the private equity side, the big story here was just exits. So distributions have been slow over the last few years after a record in 2021. What you're seeing in 2024 so far is that exit activity, and that's shown here through the third quarter, is basically equivalent to what we saw last year in its entirety. And usually the fourth quarter is a stronger quarter overall for exits. So the anticipation, at least for this year, is that private equity distributions should be stronger. Exit activity is picking up, another positive sign for private equity. So overall, if you look at returns for the third quarter, the highlights here were small caps, which came back. Small caps have lagged large caps for a considerable period of time, but you really saw small caps rally once the Fed kind of shifted into rate cutting mode. As we sit here today, small caps are up 5 to 6% just for the day alone. So you're seeing quite a bit of a rally in the small cap markets. But if you look at over the year-to-date period, U.S. large caps continue to be the best performing asset class by far and away. And then towards the bottom of the page, you'll see the fixed income asset classes, but still positive. And again, a lot of that was due to the big drop in yields that you saw over the quarter. The one thing I'll note is over the last 30 days or so, you've seen fixed income yields rise by about 80 basis points. So you're seeing another headwind for fixed income as yields have started to tick up. But again, overall, a really strong quarter across the board for basically all markets, with the exception of real estate, which was actually relatively flat for the quarter.
And I just remind everyone that it wasn't that long ago that real estate was our only
Only positive.
performer, and so that's just an illustration of the value of diversification.
Absolutely. Any questions on the market before I shift gears here?
Any questions, anyone? Regent Reiswick.
Thank you. Just a question, but looking at real estate, you separated out office and retail and industrial space. There's been some examples recently in the market, like just in Minneapolis, for example, where they have some real estate that's selling, but at severely discounted rates, like $76 million in 2019, $6 million this year. Is there a tip of the iceberg in some of that?
Yeah, and that's when we refer to the transaction activity and sort of finding that stabilization point, that's exactly what we're talking about. Real estate is an appraisal-based industry, and appraisals are as good as they are. Where the rubber meets the road is when you actually see transactions. Right now, if you're a forced seller in real estate, you're seeing discounted prices from those valuations. But you are seeing in certain markets buyers and sellers aligning a little bit more right now, and that's why you're seeing transaction activity pick up a little bit, because for the most part, most institutional buyers aren't in a position to be a forced seller. They're looking to be more strategic, and that's the sort of optimism around real estate right now.
So it's optimistic, that type of a thing happening, or is that more of this is a looming problem?
Well, this has to happen in order to actually see some sales. This is where you get opportunistic real estate buyers back into the market. The area this is happening is in office. That's the one part of the market where you're really seeing it. And if you look back at the financial crisis, if you look back at the savings and loan, the pass through kind of big dips in real estate, this is one of the indicators that things are starting to get towards that bottom.
It's a fundamental aspect of real estate that when demand falls, supply doesn't fall.
Correct.
Buildings last for a long time. So inelastic supply, and so prices can fall a lot.
Yep. Well, I'll move forward to the performance review here, and we'll start with the operating portfolios, first with the University of Iowa, which University of Northern Iowa is also a part of. We're showing the asset allocation here, and again, the operating portfolio is the most conservative investment pool. You see, relative to targets, we're pretty much spot on in terms of overall asset allocation. Really, the only deviations, again, are based on cash flows. But as mentioned, it's been a very strong market environment. For the quarter, up a little bit over 4% net of fees, and over the last year, up almost 12% net of fees. And again, long term, this is a portfolio that really is more targeting around a 3% return historically. So the close to 12% return over the last year is certainly above average. But a lot of that is driven by how much yields have dropped over the last year, and strong equity market returns, and a really robust credit market, all of which have really helped out the operating portfolios.
And an amazingly good last quarter, because you multiply that by 4. So, wow.
Very strong market. Yeah. And similarly, the Iowa State operating portfolio here on page 17, in line with overall targets. And then similar returns here, a little over 4% for the quarter and a little over 12% for the trailing year. So again, for the operating portfolios, very strong returns as of late.
Net of fees you made reference to, what are the fees that were?
So I don't have them all on the top of my head, but they're in our report. I can follow up after the meeting, but
okay.
There's a page in all of our reports that just lays out every single fee. I can follow up offline on it.
Thank you.
The University of Iowa has an intermediate portfolio here, which is on page 19. Again, the idea here is that this is a slightly intermediate portfolio, so you're seeing a little bit more in risk assets. But again, relative to targets, you're looking at very close to overall in terms of the asset allocation. Then on the following page, given a little bit more in risk assets, you'll see performance is definitely been very strong. The last quarter up over 5% net of fees, and then over the trailing year up over 15%. Again, given the strong fixed income market and the strong equity markets, you're seeing very robust returns here. And then lastly, the endowments. So again, starting on page 21 with the University of Iowa and Northern Iowa, Here you'll see that, again, much higher allocation to risk assets given the longer nature of the portfolio and the allocation to private markets. A typical caveat here, private markets are valued on a quarterly basis and those are on a lag. So the 28% here in private markets is not accounted for in the performance that you'll see. But overall, the trends here, we're still overweight to private markets and underweight to real estate, and then the corresponding underweights to the public markets. But performance-wise, that quarterly return of about 4%, again, roughly 30% of the portfolio still not valued for the quarter. And then for the trailing year, about a 15% return overall. Long-term, again, a little bit over 8% net of fees, very, very strong returns over the last decade. And similarly, the Iowa State portfolio here, again, similar in terms of the overweights to private markets, underweight to real estate and public markets. And then from a performance standpoint, again, the slightly higher allocation of private markets is going to impact it on a quarterly basis just because of the valuations. But longer term, again, about 9% for the last 5 years and about 8% for the last 10. Any questions on any of the portfolios or returns? That's all I had for today.
Well, great. Thanks very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have the comprehensive fiscal report for fiscal year 2024, and we have Brad Berg and our people from the different universities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll give our three presenters a chance here to get settled before we begin. Before the committee is the fiscal year 2024 comprehensive fiscal report, which provides a budget to actual comparison and a 5-year history of the operating funds for each of the institutions. The financial officers from each of the universities are present, and they'll comment on their respective annual reports. And since UNI is hosting, Michael, I think we'll go ahead and start with you.
Great, thank you, Brad. I'll be on page 18 is where the UNI reports start, towards the back there. I'll just kind of go through the table on that page and talk about the variances in each of those lines and explain those variances. Some of that was already in the narrative, but a little more context. Starting with revenues, general fund appropriations, we're at 100%. I always pause there because that's not a number we should be taking for granted. There are some states where their governor and their legislature does not support higher education the way it's done in Iowa, and so we do not take that support for granted and appreciate the work of both Governor Reynolds and the legislature in making sure that our appropriations are fulfilled at 100%. Moving on down, as we all know, last year was a good year on interest, and so we had almost twice the interest in what we budgeted for. And then reimbursed indirect costs. Those are the administrative overhead that comes from research grants, and so we had additional research come in for the year that provided more indirect costs over that. Moving down to the expenditure side, professional and scientific supplies was at 128% of budget. A little bit of that was inflation. A large portion of that was the expenditures for the Workday system that we put in the new HR and finance system. Those expenses flowed through there. I'm sorry, do I need to back up? 18. Oh, do I have a different 18? 16 in yours, sorry. Great. I will pick up where I left off and not backtrack. Okay. So then moving on down to building repairs was significantly 4 times as much over budget. You will note that utilities and salary savings were under budget. We use those savings to move over to our building repair area. Building repairs and deferred maintenance are a constant source of we need to address and is underfunding. So anytime we have additional funds, we try to move it over there so we can stay current. In our case, some of those funds were used for the nursing renovation, and then deferred maintenance in particular. We had, I think, 3 roofs that we were able to tackle, and then some tuck pointing in one of our brick buildings. And so it's a nice way to find some bonus funds and use them for long-term investment then by keeping the deferred maintenance down. And the last one, aid to individuals, was over budget. That was by design. We can never quite predict. I think most schools over-award the aid, and then you never know who's going to actually show up and use the aid. In our case, we had more students show up, which is why our tuition was higher, and so that's a natural consequence, but it's usually considered a good trade-off there. So I'll drop down what I think is 4 pages, might be page 20 for you, looking at the resident system. So auxiliary enterprises at the institutions do not receive any state appropriations, and nor do they receive any tuition dollars. They're kind of set up like their own standalone business. The revenue they take in is also the expenses they need to pay. For you and I, the resident system is probably our largest auxiliary, and it's important to know it's a standalone because sometimes the framework around that business model is a little bit different. In the table at the top of the page, you'll notice revenues were significantly over budgeted revenues. That is a result of that operation doing a very good job of running a good operation and returning students or wanting to stay on campus more than where they have in the past. We talked about that a month or so ago on some other issues, so I just wanted to highlight that. Moving down to the middle table that shows a 5-year history, you can kind of look either at the revenue line or the net revenue as a percent of gross. You can see FY22 and FY23, those 2 years were a little bit lower compared to the other 5 years. That's really the impact of COVID kind of working its way through the system with the freshman class and people staying at home. And so we've pretty much fully rebounded from those 2 years and are exceeding with that. The last thing in the bottom table, you can see the total occupancy was up by 218 students. And then the very bottom line there shows roughly a third of the students at the institution live on campus. And so it is a significant auxiliary enterprise for us, but it's being run exceptionally well right now.
Sorry, Mike, the net revenue from residence halls, what happens to that? Because you've got net revenue over debt service and expenses.
Correct. Much of this is defined by the bond covenants, and so
Right.
the bonds have a series of buckets that we use. It usually drops to a reserve account. It used to be called a surplus account. I didn't like that name because it implied it was money not needed. Essentially, it goes into a couple different accounts that are used to save up for roof replacements or tuck pointing or window replacements. So every 20 years, you don't have to issue more bonds. You hopefully have enough in savings to fix those sorts of things.
And so all of that goes into those,
It does.
those buckets.
Yep. You know, mattresses get replaced on a far more frequent basis than many people do at home. There's certain expenses that are not considered operating expenses, but they're legitimate expenses to the business.
Right. But are residence education programs, things like that, are those included in the expenses in the housing system?
They are. They're part
Okay.
of the operating expenses.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Terry Johnson, from the University of Iowa. Terry?
Okay, I think our notes are start on page 4. Start with the general fund, and similar to Michael, I'd like to thank the state for the state appropriation support that we do get. In fiscal '24, we received $2.9 million more in special appropriations, of which $2.8 million was directed towards the College of Nursing to grow the number of nursing graduates, hopefully stay in Iowa, help our healthcare systems throughout the state. The balance was either for a bioscience innovation account or the Papa John Entrepreneurship Program. So in total revenues was $829.5 million. That's about $6.5 million above budget. Really, the bulk of that, $6 million, was directly related to enrollments being significantly above our budget for the year. So that was a very good thing. We did see some additional investment income in our general fund, as well as a little bit of an increase in indirect cost recoveries. On the expense side, we had a budget of $827.3 million. We exceeded that expense budget by $4.3 million. Big picture, we had some pretty significant variances, I would say, in salary and benefit costs that were offset by our professional and scientific supply line, almost dollar for dollar. That wasn't planned, but it happened that way. But we're in a campaign to retain our best and brightest and recruit the best faculty we can. And so we had to increase salaries for our faculty and staff to accomplish that. And we reallocate whenever possible. So all the colleges and administrative lines reduce professional and scientific supplies, travel, those kinds of things, to reallocate to our salary lines last year. So that was a big picture there. Some of the other expense items, for example, library acquisitions and our utility budget, or utilities line item came under budget, but that was offset, and similar to what Michael just said about reallocating whenever we can, we reallocate to building renewal. We've got a huge deferred maintenance backlog, and so every dollar possible we push in that direction. And then finally, student financial aid was basically on budget. It represents about 22.6% of our tuition revenues.
The reduction in the cost of scientific equipment, and that, why was that? Was that a reduction in cost because supply chains were better, or we made more efficient use of things?
I would probably address more from an inventory perspective, in some cases. Lab supplies and things like that, we probably had enough on hand.
Okay.
So it's kind of a one-time windfall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There will be maybe some recurring, but it's more one-time, non-recurring.
All right.
Yep.
You also, sorry, question? Yeah.
Yes. When you talk about the 8 individuals, and I should have asked it for University of Northern Iowa also, is there a specific formula that you use? How do you come up with that number?
Yeah, probably let the provost office answer this better than I, but we assign a budget to financial aid office. Depending on the qualifications of students entering, it could be test scores, although fewer students are taking those standardized tests, GPA, coursework that they do. We're spending, our financial aid office is spending a lot more time trying to analyze transcripts from high school to ensure that they can be successful at the University of Iowa. And so based on all of this analysis, they will, they earn X dollars toward in aid. And it's based on criteria like that. That's the primary way. Now that's residents, non-residents, similar but different, a lot more flexibility when it comes to non-resident students. But we're trying to retain the best and brightest students. So much of our aid, not all of it, but much of it goes to those students.
So the financial aid office would actually be, when they're completing their budget and submitting it, they know that they're going to have X amount on that line. And can that fluctuate?
It definitely fluctuates. If you come in with the certain criteria and you want to be a student at the University of Iowa, going through those algorithms determine this is what you get. It's based on time in the given year, though. Once they reach, I think it's May 1, but once we get past that point and you're admitted, basically no aid. But prior to that, you would be eligible for aid based on the formulas that the financial aid office uses.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? You mentioned the athletics loan in your report. Is that amortizing as expected, or is it being paid faster than expected?
I can go through the others and get to athletics here in a
sure.
second, if you'd like. But so with respect to the hospital, the total revenue budget is $2.4 billion. Revenues exceeded that by about $47.5 million. Pretty much all of that was in investment income. We have very strong year-over-year admissions. Surgical cases are up. Emergency department visits are up. Clinical visits are up, et cetera. So very strong results. Those were primarily budgeted in the FY24 budget. Where we had a huge variance, I would say, is on that investment income. I calculate or estimate what that's going to be. Look at last 3 years, try and anticipate what's going to happen in the future with investment returns, look at all the different investment asset classes that we're invested in for the hospital, and then also try and project where their cash balances are going. The bottom line is, I'm sitting here in part because I'm not perfect at that projection. So I was off 61.7 million, but it's all good. I mean, obviously, we're significantly above budget there. On the expense side, basically, we're over budget on supply costs by about 77 million, 6.9% of budget. It's primarily in the specialty drug program, higher costs there. Low volume specialty drugs are expensive. Medical supplies, implants for cardiac patients, et cetera. I mean, just the normal things, but all in the supply area. That's where we're really over budget for the most part. I'll move on to athletics. Athletics had a total revenue and expense budget of $145.6 million. We ended up 3.76% over budget, $5.3 million. Ticket revenues for football, wrestling, and women's basketball exceeded budget by $1.8 million. Big Ten conference distributions were pretty much on target. We received support from UI Foundation for athletics, but that was below budget due to kind of reduced donor activity for that year, last year. Licensee revenues a little bit up, $700,000. General income exceeded budget by $4.1 million, which is primarily where we saw this, and it was really higher concession in apparel sales and supplemented with a transfer from reserve to fund some additional costs with coaching turnover and things like that. Let's see, what else? Administrative and general expenses are also higher at $3.3 million, but that was, again, administrative fees, legal fees related to some of these transitions, plus postseason travel. So when we go to bowl games and other things like that, we can't anticipate that we're going to go to a bowl game. That ends up in this administrative and general expense category. Finally, the athletics paid $1.5 million toward the COVID loan. So of the $1.5 million, $1.2 million went to fund the interest expense that was charged to athletics in fiscal '24. Therefore, the balance of about $300,000 was applied toward the loan. The outstanding loan balance at the end of June 30, 2024 is $47.6 million, just a little bit under that, but.
Okay, so that sounds like a slow amortization schedule.
Well, so far, yes.
Okay. Was that anticipated?
It was anticipated through this year. We were expecting, starting in fiscal '26, for conference revenues and things like that to increase. So I'm anticipating that athletics will be in a position to pay off more of the loan at a faster rate. There happens to be other things going on also in athletics that will temper that a little bit. So I'm working with Beth and the president and others to think about everything in the whole context here. But
can you remind me what the interest rate was on that?
It's 2.5%. There is a benchmark that we set. It gets repriced every 5 years. This is the third year, so 2 years will reset it.
And the benchmark is a Treasury?
It's based on a Treasury 7-year, I think it is,
okay.
But it's in the loan agreement. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Barry, on the reduced donor activity, is that attributable to NIL, do you think, or do you know?
NIL would have nothing to do with it. That's all outside the institution.
Yeah, I know, but I thought maybe the reduced donor activity might.
It's not related. Not as far as we know. It's not related to NIL. Yes. So.
Yes.
Just to reiterate on the loan.
Yes.
If you're looking at it to pay back more money more quickly if and when that happens. Is that right?
Yeah, I sit down with both the business officer and the athletics director to talk through what that loan payment is, and I'm in regular meetings throughout the year, not only with athletics, but all our auxiliary units. And so I have a pretty good handle on kind of what the issues are for each unit and what they're able to do. But we should be in a better position next year. But I also know that there are other things that are percolating that could, I almost said will, affect that. So bottom line, they're interested, I'm very interested in paying this off as quickly as possible.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Regent Dunkel.
I don't know why I thought women's wrestling was broken out on this, but it's obviously not.
It's not on the CAFR. It's on the FY25 budget. So when the budget was submitted for fiscal 24, we had the meeting last year after that submittal. So it wasn't actually entered into the budget for the fiscal 24 timeframe, but it is in the budget for fiscal 25.
Good.
So.
Okay, we'll look forward to those numbers.
Yep.
Can I go back and ask you about the University of Iowa?
Sure.
Their expenditures, aid to individuals, is at 13,427, and that's down considerably. Terry, do you know?
So
Aid to individuals, the very last line on the budget.
for the hospital, I don't know what that is. It's pretty nominal amount, though.
Yeah, but before this, in 2023, 465,106. In
Okay.
2020, it was 806.
I'm going to have to get back to you on
Yeah.
that. I don't.
Yeah, if you could check that out, and let's see. That's dropped off pretty considerably. That's all I have.
Okay.
Yes,
Finally,
sorry, Richard Kramer.
I had a question there for Iowa. So on the Iowa State, they break out scholarships in the athletic fund. Are your scholarships just included like in the sport, whatever it is?
Right.
And I think it's good for the public to understand. So is the university being made 100% whole for those student athletes, and therefore the athletics is completely paying for their education?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then for the public to also realize that at both Iowa and Iowa State, that athletics is 100% self-funded. Yeah.
All of our auxiliaries are. And we're probably, our athletics department, one of the stronger athletic departments in the country. So.
Until you start paying players.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's the big
That
question.
could be the big question mark here. So, okay. Finally, university housing. Basically, a very good year for housing. The number of students living in dorms was about 170 students above what we had budgeted. That leads to a whole windfall in contract revenues, laundry revenues, et cetera. The C-stores within each of the dorm systems. That's the primary result or reason for the $3.3 million above budget on the revenue side. We had some increase in summer conference volumes were higher than budgeted, but that's much more lesser numbers or smaller numbers. On the operating expense side, we were over budget by $1.3 million. Basically, employee costs were over budget by about $500,000. And we still had some open lines for custodians and people that worked in the kitchen area and food service. So we ended up hiring a lot more students, but we also had to hire outside temporary support, and those is what created that $500,000 above budget. Because of the higher number of students, we also had cost of goods sold went up. We had more food to prepare, C-stores, et cetera. So that was another $500,000 or so. And utilities came in under budget by about $200,000. So principal outstanding in the revenue bonds for the dorm system, $134.8 million as of June 30, 2024. The voluntary reserve balance was at $16.9 million. So similar to what Michael said, flows through. There are certain bond covenants that we have to address and put monies in certain accounts, basically. Whatever the net is that flows past that point goes into reserve for future capital investment in the dorm system. So, and with that, I'll finish my remarks and take any more questions you might have. So,
Any other questions on University of Iowa?
okay, right. Thank you.
And we'll conclude with Sean. Sean?
Thank you. First, I would echo what my colleagues have shared about our gratefulness of the state appropriations being fully funded. At Iowa State University, you can see our operating fund total revenues were up $15.3 million, 2% over budget. This is driven by our continued strength in enrollment. Tuition revenue is up 2.2% or $10.7 million. And then our reimbursed indirect costs are also up 18.6% or $4.6 million. Our research efforts continue to grow. In 2024, Iowa State University achieved a new record in external sponsored research funding at $346 million. This represents the second year in a row now of exceeding $300 million in external sponsored research, and the third year in a row of record awards. As we move into the expenditures for the general fund, total operating fund expenditures were 2.2% over budget, or $17.2 million. The increase in revenue and the modest savings in our salary line of $2.4 million allowed for more investment in the professional and scientific supply line, which you can see is over budget by about 11%. Additional savings realized in rentals and utilities offset the increased investment in building repairs and the equipment line item. I'm happy to take any questions on the general operating fund, or I can continue to move through the other categories.
On the general fund, if I'm reading the reports right, at University of Iowa, revenue exceeded expenses by a little bit. At UNI, they were exactly equal, and at Iowa State, they were a little less. Revenue was a little less. So does the excess at Iowa just go into the endowment fund, or into where does that go?
Yeah, I think I can address that.
Okay.
Several years ago, the legislature passed legislation that allowed the universities to retain certain unspent revenues for use in subsequent years. And there's also, and so in those instances, sometimes it can create a situation where revenue exceeds expenditures, and then in a subsequent year, as those funds are spent, the reverse would be true. And then insofar as where revenues could equal expenditures, there's a code section, I believe, chapter 8 of the code, that allows expenditures under contract at the end of the fiscal year to be expensed in that fiscal year. So in other words, if you have an outstanding construction contract, I think is probably the most common example. If the university wanted to expense a portion of those encumbered funds in that fiscal year, they could. And so up to the extent of their revenue. So in that situation, revenues equal their expenditures.
Okay. Regent Dunkel.
Well, and to your point, Brad, too, all three of the schools saved on utilities. And I'm just looking at Iowa State, $6 million, that could go either way. Granted, all three of them were under budget this year, but thank God it didn't go over budget, because then we'd have the opposite. So spending that money or saving that money to some degree, I think is essential, because next year it could be completely opposite.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sorry, I'll continue on here. I have one more question. That utility was amazingly low for what you had budgeted. But I also noted that you have were you going to go through the athletics, or are we?
I'm going there next.
Okay, good. Then I'll ask you about the $1 that's left over there.
Thank you. As we move on to athletics in 2024, athletics experienced a positive variance in total budgeted revenue of $5.4 million, or 4.8%. The gains in sports revenue were driven by increased ticket sales across all our sports. Postseason play added additional revenues beyond budget of $2 million. Other revenue, primarily from events, also exceeded budget by $3 million. The foundation transfers were reduced as a result of the increase in the other revenue sources. Lastly, on the revenue side, ancillary revenue was over budget from continued strength in our football parking permit sales, largely. As we look at the expenses for athletics, overall expenses were $5.3 million over budget. Higher sports operation costs are largely driven by team travel. The increase in revenue that we see in the postseason play, the success of the teams there also has a corresponding increase in postseason expense. And the expenses were offset by scholarship costs less than budget, which is really driven by the mix of the in-state versus out-of-state student athletes and the corresponding cost of tuition for those athletes that are scholarshiped. The increased revenue also allowed for some reinvestment in facility deferred maintenance. And what was your question then, Regent Dunkel?
The debt service, you overpaid it by just $1. I didn't know if, I just thought it was interesting that you left that number there.
I would guess that when the budget was created, they looked at,
Over, under.
yeah, I think it's probably rounded in one and not in the other.
I just like the fact that it was $1 over.
And then as I move on to residence life, our total operating revenues were 3.6% over budget, again, driven by strong occupancy increases of 635 students from FY23 to 24. And expenditure is at budget, reflecting positively on the steps taken last year to bolster our recruiting efforts to fill the service jobs that we have struggled with, I think, across higher ed and keeping full. Happy to take any questions on residence life as well.
Any questions from anyone? Well, thanks very much. And our next, we've got a lot of agenda items today.
Yeah, how about that?
So number 4 is the proposed bond issuance schedule for calendar year 2025.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this item before you contains our current bond issuance planning schedule for 2025. These plans are subject to change, just so you know, and all bond transactions will continue to come before the full board at the appropriate time for approval consideration. But we're currently planning to issue bonds next calendar year for UIHC and SUI's Memorial Union, as well as their parking system. In addition, we'll continue to monitor refunding opportunities to realize interest rate savings during the calendar year as well. The docket item also includes a recommended resolution that will allow Executive Director Braun to establish the sale dates for bond issues, and it also contains some historical information on bonding activities, including refundings. So with that item, I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Any questions from anyone on that? If there are no objections, the committee will forward these to the board for their consideration.
And then I'll quickly address the last two items, if I may.
All right, go ahead.
Apologize for. The last two items on the agenda are reimbursement resolutions that will allow the university and UIHC to reimburse themselves from tax-exempt bond proceeds for project costs that are incurred prior to the sale of the bonds. And that concludes my remarks on those two items. So with that, I'd be happy to respond to questions.
Any questions? And we'll forward those also to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think there's any other business for the committee, so we are adjourned.
All right. The meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa, for November 6, 2024, will come to order. I will begin by calling roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker. Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Hensley. Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Kramer. Regent Reiswick. Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Bates is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. Hello to UIHC. Our first item for approval of the minutes from the September 18th, 2024 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you now.
Thanks so much. Glad to be here. I'm joined today with our CEO, Mr. Brad Hawes, and our CFO, Mr. Mark Henricks. So before I start with our slides, I wanted to provide a brief update on another issue, and that is last week we cared for an Iowan with Lassa fever. Sadly, the patient passed away, and I'd like to offer our condolences to their family and loved ones. Lassa fever is a severe viral illness spread by rats in parts of West Africa. Our patient was infected while traveling, and I wanted to point out that caring for a patient with a viral disease such as Lassa fever requires a very high level of expertise. We are lucky in that we have world-class infectious disease experts at University of Iowa Healthcare, and we have the state's only special pathogens unit. So I wanted to take a moment to thank the very large clinical team who took care of the patient at UI Healthcare. I wanted to thank the emergency response team from UI Healthcare. I wanted to thank Nebraska and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention who helped us with the care of this patient. And a very special thank you to Director Kelly Garcia and her team from the Department of Health and Human Services for their leadership and guidance. I think it's a nice example of how University of Iowa Healthcare works closely with other parts of the state to serve Iowans. So now I want to get to the main part of our presentation today, which will focus on cancer. And before I get into the meat of the presentation, I want to tell a short story about Scarlett Wheelock from Clinton, Iowa. So Scarlett, at age 4, developed symptoms. She had daily nausea, vomiting, headaches that her mother was worried about, some changes in her speech. She developed a facial droop on one side of her face, and one of her eyes started turning inward. Her mother took her to urgent care in Davenport, and a physician there referred her directly to our emergency department. Within an hour of arriving in our emergency department, she had a CT scan that revealed a large brain tumor, and she was in surgery within the hour. She had several surgeries, and she had 14 months of chemotherapy. Her mother talked about how when she was undergoing chemotherapy and they were driving from Clinton, she would stay at the Ronald McDonald House nearby and was very grateful for the care and support she received there. The good news is that Scarlett is now in first grade. I met with Scarlett and her mother recently, and she is doing excellent and has an excellent prognosis. So stories like Scarlett's are all too familiar to us here in Iowa. Cancer has likely touched all of our lives in some way, and unfortunately, Iowa has the second highest and fastest growing rate of new cancers in the United States. This is an alarming trend, and we are very committed to tackling the cancer crisis. So we have the state's only comprehensive cancer center, the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, and this is a place where experts come together to diagnose and treat some of the rarest and most complex cancers. And this figure really demonstrates what it means to be a comprehensive cancer center. It includes clinical care, it includes research, and it includes training and education. So we are one of only 57 comprehensive cancer centers in the United States and the only comprehensive cancer center in Iowa. The next closest center is in Madison, Wisconsin. And this is a designation by the National Cancer Institute, and there are expectations that go along with serving as a cancer center. One of the things that's central to a cancer center are these multidisciplinary oncology groups. These are teams of experts that focus on one specific type of cancer. We have 13 of them. And to give you an example, for breast cancer, the team of providers and research who specialize in breast cancer review each breast cancer case, and together they map out the best treatment plan. This is another piece of what it means to be a comprehensive cancer center. It includes specialized services that are available to patients, and this is because cancer can affect nearly all aspects of a person's life, and at an academic medical center, we're able to provide support services that are comprehensive. And to give you an example of what that looks like, we have a young adult program that serves patients from ages 13 to 39, providing a variety of support programs. And one of the things that's critical is fertility preservation. So many cancers can affect fertility, and this program helps counsel and provide services so that patients, some of them quite young, can preserve their options. They can freeze their eggs or sperm and have the opportunity to have their own biologic children later in life. So one example of how these services help support the patient and their families. So this is our new Cancer Center Director, Dr. Burkhardt, and I think he says it nicely. Cancer care is changing quickly. It's a fast-moving field, but it also brings a lot of hope to patients. So I want to talk briefly about the three aspects of cancer care that are important to us. The first being clinical care. So CAR T-cell therapy is a therapy that helps treat certain types of cancer, and we're the only healthcare provider in the state who is currently using CAR T therapy. What is it? Really, CAR T therapy is an immunotherapy, and it uses the patient's own immune cells to treat cancer. So blood is collected, the patient's immune cells, or T cells, are separated out. In a laboratory, step 2, the T cells are converted to CAR T cells. Basically, these cells are trained to find and kill cancer cells. Step 3, the cells are put back into the patient, infused back into the patient. And then step 4, these converted T cells look for and destroy cancer cells throughout the body. So a really elegant way to treat certain types of cancer. And Chris from Cedar Rapids was enrolled in the early experimental trials looking at whether or not CAR T-cell therapy was going to help patients. And he talks about going home and talking to his family about the opportunity to enroll in what was then a research trial. And he decided to enroll, and he has been cancer-free since then. This is Dr. Farouk, who leads our CAR T-cell program at University of Iowa Healthcare. And really, the goal is to bring this life-saving treatment to as many Iowans as possible. This is now not an experimental treatment. It's a standard FDA-approved treatment, and it's available here. So the next piece I want to talk about is education and training. And really, we have an obligation to train the next generation of cancer care providers. And this includes a number of different types of education and training. We train healthcare providers, we train researchers, we train educators, and we train leaders. This list is of 11 residency and fellowship programs that are specifically focused on cancer. We have almost 130 programs that have a component of cancer care as part of their education and training. So a lot of research and training. This is an example of a basic science researcher. Here's Elizabeth in her lab. And what she said she likes about being in a comprehensive cancer center is she not only works in her laboratory, but she's able to shadow clinicians, and she's able to sit in on tumor boards and hear about how her research affects patients. The last piece I want to talk about is research and innovation. So at University of Iowa Healthcare, we're really changing the way we treat cancer. And to give you an example of what that looks like, Dr. O'Donnell has made inroads in bladder cancer. So bladder cancer is common, it's highly treatable, and he noted several things. He noted that the chemotherapy used to treat bladder cancer used just a single drug, whereas most chemotherapy used multiple drugs. He also noticed that some of the drugs that were used for bladder cancer were sometimes in short supply. And so he looked for the opportunity for new combinations of drugs to treat bladder cancer. And he developed not one, but 6 new therapeutic regimens that are effective, have less toxicity, are more affordable, and more available to treat bladder cancer. Another critical piece of our center is the ability to offer patients cutting-edge clinical trials. And you heard the story about Chris and how he was offered enrollment in a clinical trial for CAR T therapy before it was approved, and the effect that that can have. We are the only site in the state for phase 1 trials for cancer therapy, and that means that patients who come to us in the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center are among the first in the Midwest to get access to many new promising therapies. So the last thing I'll mention is our new research building. So we previously shared that the University of Iowa is planning a new research building with a cancer focus. And we believe that this research building will improve our ability to perform state-of-the-art cancer-themed research and enhance our collaborations across colleges and programs. We believe this is a critical component of the University of Iowa's commitment to fight cancer in Iowa. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Brad Hawes.
Thank you, Dr. Jameson. I just have a few slides that are going to be more operational in nature to follow up on what she's done, and so really thrilled to be here with you today. Just to set the stage a little bit, and we've said these things in different forums, but I want to bring them back so that they are crystal clear. As we look at the state, we have elevated and rising cancer rates across Iowa that put all Iowans at risk. We're actually one of the poorest performing states in the union in terms of our cancer rates. We, as Dr. Jameson said, we're the only comprehensive cancer center in the state. But when this middle area just talks about we have dedicated teams for each type of cancer. I sometimes joke with my wife, who's from the South, and her mother often talks about, well, she has the cancer, as if it's a singular kind of thing. But what we know about cancer is it's extremely varied, and there's a lot of care associated with it. What we also see with cancer is with longer treatment and survivorship now, it gets more and more complicated and requires more and more support for the patients. The other thing that we'll highlight in the next slides is that we are committed to increasing access to cancer detection, treatment, and research across all of the state. And so in addition to kind of the trifecta of research, education, and clinical care, we want to focus on detection, treatment, and research. Dr. Jameson often says we have higher rates of cancer, but we don't have higher deaths. And so I think that there are some things that we're doing right. We want to get better at those as we go forward. So this is a quick slide about the demand for cancer services at UI Healthcare. This excludes regular office visits, so this will be procedures, infusions, radiation, and some diagnostic testing. But you can see the really significant increase in the demand for our services. To be candid and be introspective,
this demand is outpacing our ability to deliver the care. And in many modalities, we have long wait times, inappropriately long wait times. And so we are working very hard to increase our capacity to meet this demand. We actually have more demand than you see on this chart here. We have multiple treatment methods, so beyond detection, and Dr. Jameson had a more complex slide, but cancer often involves different modalities. And so maybe some patients get radiation, some get surgery, some get infusion, or often called chemotherapy. Some can even get like bone marrow transplant and cellular therapies. Some patients might get all of these in the cancer that they have and what they need. What's difficult for people is that often these services aren't available close to home, and traveling a long distance and coordinating these types of care can be really difficult for a patient to do. We take patients currently, and you can see by the heat map here where our patients come from. They come from all 99 counties in the state. And these are people that are choosing our services, and we're trying our very best to extend cancer treatment across the state in a broader fashion to make it better for the patients in what they do. We've done a lot of things to expand our services, and I'll just maybe list off a couple of those. First and foremost, staffing is an issue. Do we have the right physicians? Do we have the right lab techs? Do we have the right nurses to provide their care? We have increased our infusion hours. We have 3 different infusion centers on our campus where people can get chemotherapy. We've also expanded geographically. We've put services now in the Quad Cities. We've also put services in Des Moines to make them closer to care. And we're also trying to utilize our new downtown campus to provide more availability there. And Dr. Jameson already mentioned the specialized care that we have in CAR-T. There are a couple other providers in the state that do this on a very limited basis, but we are essentially the place to go if you need CAR-T therapy as we go forward. Moving forward, we expand to increase our capacity as we open the North Liberty facility. One of the most common cancer, not most common, but one that's prevalent is bone cancer. And so our orthopedic specialists will have more capacity to treat bone cancers in the new North Liberty facility. And we also are planning increased capacity in our new patient tower that we will bring forward to you at a future point. So talking a little bit more about moving care closer to Iowans' homes, and I want to talk a little bit about this patient care story, and it's really a touching one. We recently celebrated more than 100 cancer survivors at a Quad City River Bandits baseball game this fall. One of the people that we honored at this event is Kristen Schulte Phelps, who is a breast cancer survivor from the Quad Cities. She's now been cancer-free for about a year, and I just want to briefly kind of run through the kinds of things that she experienced. She's about 36 years old, and she was home visiting her family and actually just noticed a dot on one of her breasts. She thought, well, cancer typically is a lump. This was a dot that she thought was abnormal. And so when she got home to the Quad Cities to Davenport, she went in and had a study done and was informed that she had a rare type of breast cancer called Paget's disease. It had already spread into her lymph nodes, and so she was diagnosed at a level, or a stage 2 level of cancer. She almost immediately started chemotherapy. She talks about the chemotherapy that she got when going into the clinic. She almost felt like she was visiting friends, smiling people that knew her, and it was friendly and very comfortable for her, and it was local. She didn't have to travel very far to do that. Even though she only had cancer on one side, she decided to have a double mastectomy, and so she coordinated that care with an oncology surgeon with UI Healthcare, and she had that surgery done. Obviously, then that involves care from our plastic surgeons as part of the post-care. She talked about these providers as being the best at providing care in a difficult situation, but doing it with humor and care and making it, I guess, tolerable. She eventually decided to have reconstruction, what we often in the industry call a flap. That means you take tissue, veins, and other things from your belly and reposition that. And so she was very complimentary after that procedure to have our nurses at her bedside and people that she was very comfortable with. Eventually, she had radiation and then immunotherapy. And then last but not least, one of the things that Dr. Jameson mentioned are the support groups that often come. Often these cases, there's mental health, there's nutrition, there's actually social work and counseling that comes along with the services. And so you can see in this situation, the cancer is not the cancer. It's a very broad array of services that need to be coordinated, and we think that we do this very well. And we're trying to make it so that we can do it as close to home as possible. For her, not having, even though the Quad Cities is about an hour from Iowa City, that was seen as very difficult. Sometimes people get a patient care plan, but if they have to come back for multiple doses of chemotherapy or multiple doses of radiation, that's problematic. If you can have the plan developed and implemented locally, that's really a big patient satisfier and something that I think helps with their recoveries. So the last thing that I want to talk about a little bit, and you've, I think, probably seen this in our recent announcements, in our efforts to extend cancer care across the state, we have announced a partnership with Mission Cancer and Blood, which is a large medical oncology or hem-onc practice in central Iowa. 5 core clinics really in the Des Moines area and another 15 clinics in many rural towns. We have gone through multiple rounds of negotiations with them. We announced a letter of intent, and we're working actively to close the deal effective January 1st. We believe that this partnership puts us in a unique position to create a statewide network where we can provide more care, again, at the local level, and we can bridge a couple things. The Mission Blood and Cancer Group are really known in their community as providing very rapid, patient-centric care and being able to get patients in very quickly. I think that's something we can do better at the university. We can pair that then with the technical expertise, things like CAR-T, things like clinical trials, things like theranostics that come from the university, and we believe that together we provide a much better array of services at a broad number of locations across the state. And so we're very happy to have that. The MOGs that Dr. Jameson talked about are one example of how the care can be integrated. These physicians will now be able to participate. You might know these things as tumor boards. That's a little bit of a different kind of flavor, that these physicians now can participate in tumor boards with our academic faculty and deliver the most cutting-edge care available to the patients once diagnosed. And so very excited to add this offering to the Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, and we think fulfill a large part of our mission to provide statewide cancer care. A little bit more about Mission Cancer. 1.5 million Iowans covered in their locations. You can see them here. Over 200 staff members with cancer care specialties, including physicians, APPs, and nursing staff. So very excited to partner with them and very thrilled that we were able to, I guess, be their preferred partner as they look to expand.
Before we get to Mark, are there any questions for the Regent Lindemeyer?
Do your tumor boards use AI at all in their diagnosis and plan for care?
They do. AI really is being a factor in every type of cancer or any type of therapy that we give, whether it's cancer related or not. Different areas are more advanced in the generative AI or diagnostic AI. I would say it's still at its infancy in cancer care, but yes.
Your broader question about AI, it's interesting because increasingly AI is being incorporated into routine medical care. So we just implemented 2 products into our routine patient interactions for all care. So it is rapidly becoming standard in medical practice.
One, Dr. Lindemeyer, just to add on to what Dr. Jameson said, one of those products, the way we describe it is it crawls the medical record. So if you were to go into our medical record, which is called Epic, we have a number of tabs. And it can be your office visit, it could be your inpatient stay, it can be your lab results. Often people get lab results and imaging studies away from us, and they send them to us, and we scan them and put them in. And they're not always the most findable things for our physicians. So this tool called Evidently crawls the medical record and comes back with a synopsis of a patient's situation. And our physicians tell us two things. One is it helps them know more about what they are treating. It also helps us document more efficiently what the care that we're providing to patients. So, while that's maybe as much an administrative help as anything, it is helping the clinical care for the physicians.
Regent Reiswick.
Do we have any idea why our cancer growth rates are so high in Iowa compared? And does anybody study that so maybe we could reverse that trend?
So there's an excellent group of epidemiologists in the College of Public Health that put out the Iowa Cancer Report and look at patterns of cancer across the state. And there are some hints as to why the cancer rates or incidence rates are increasing, but they don't necessarily follow a pattern that you would expect. So for example, people often wonder whether it's the agricultural industry that's causing increased cancer rates, but the patterns of cancer don't follow the patterns of agriculture in a way that would explain increased cancer rates. By contrast, there are things like melanoma that are higher in certain bands across Iowa, and there's some hints there as to why melanoma, for example, might be higher. But it's largely a mystery as to why cancer rates are so much higher. Because if you correct for all the things that you'd think about in terms of cancer, smoking rates, obesity, other risk factors, and you correct for those, we still have higher cancer rates. So I think a lot more to be done in that area.
Regent Barker.
And I think you mentioned that we have higher cancer rates, but not higher cancer death rates. And that's because of the quality of care that we're offering?
I believe that it's due to the screening and care. So diagnoses of cancer is higher, but we are getting people into treatment, and so our death rates, our mortality rates are not in the middle of the pack, not at the highest rates.
That's really remarkable. Thanks.
Yes, Regent Barker. It's one of the challenges for our teams is that with that dynamic that Dr. Jameson talks about, survivorship is longer. And so now a cancer patient may spend years getting care from a team of physicians, and it's much longer than it ever used to be, and which is great, but it also is a challenge.
Yeah. Regent Dunkel.
This is changing so much. How long have you been doing CAR T-cell transplants?
I think it's about 10 years. Is that right, Brad?
I would have said 7, but
yeah.
Because if you say that is immunotherapy, or there are different kinds of immunotherapy?
There are different kinds of immunotherapy.
And that's one kind?
This is
okay.
Specific to altering T cells in the body in a very specific way, forming these transformed CAR T cells that then are transfused back and fight the cancer. But there are different types of immunotherapy.
So when I think of cancer and the rates going up, and then we talk about access, which is so important, I'm just curious, can a patient just call up to UIHC and ask for an appointment that they have cancer, or do they have to go through their physician, or all of the above?
So I would say one of our biggest challenges is with patient access, which is what you're describing. There can be long waiting times. There can be difficult processes for getting all the records and all the things aligned to get to see us. And we're really trying to break down some of those barriers and improve access. And one of the things I think that Mission Cancer and Blood does really well is they have very patient-centered care that, and they facilitate the patients getting in very quickly. And I think that's one area where we really need to learn from them how to do that better.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions before Regent Dunkel?
Just a reminder, Mission Cancer is on Epic as well? Is that true?
They are not currently,
They're
but
not.
we are aggressively working to put them on, and our target date is May. And so our IT team was just recovering from putting Epic downtown, and now we've given them a new challenge.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the financial update, this is for the first quarter of activity. High level from a volume perspective, we've seen growth versus prior year across all the major metrics. Especially on the inpatient side, we saw inpatient discharges and days rise over 5% year over year. Some of the highest levels of increase we've seen NICU in the first quarter being up 11% over budget. So quite a bit of demand in the neonatal aspect. Occupancy in those units has been at 95%. Behavioral health has been up 5%, oncology up 11%. Surgeries, we've seen overall growth across all our platforms, OR platforms. The clinic visits up year over year. Overall, the acuity and case mix, we've seen it stable for the past 8 months or so. Given that level of volume, especially on the inpatient side being higher than budgeted, overall operating margin without directed payment for the first quarter is actually a loss of 0.8%, and that's versus a budget of a loss of 3.3% without directed payment. If we look at the specific numbers for the first quarter, you can see overall net operating revenue at $806 million for the quarter versus expenses of $727 million. So that's with direct payment overall about a $79 million margin for the time period. Without direct payments, overall about a $5.5 million loss. But throughout the quarter, there's been a lot of hard work by the teams to continue to work through access issues and really see positive impacts for our patients and getting more of those inpatients into the facility. Broadly, from the key metrics perspective, we continue to see days cash stable overall at 290, the operating margin overall about 9%. Debt to cap at 15.7 below Moody's medians. As we plan for a debt issuance in January, we still expect days cash and debt to cap to kind of maintain in levels that are right around those Moody's medians overall. So kind of switching a little bit from just sheer numbers, as we talk about our margin, I mean, the real importance here is kind of how that allows us to fulfill our mission. And so within a healthcare entities like ours, there's always the challenge of rapidly changing technologies, capacity constraints, we've talked about those. Many parts of our facility are aging, and so overall we need to invest in those cutting edge technologies we've talked about. Capacity is a key investment need, and just modernization overall is key. And when you look at kind of what is the scale of that, if we look at just our capital investments last year, that was $388 million overall. So significant investments, and just briefly some of these things. So North Liberty Campus, again, that's creating more access and modern facilities we've talked about. The equipment replacement line, $54 million in a year, that's basically just maintaining. So as you're looking at your lifespan of different equipment, MRIs, CTs, whatever it may be, that's basically just keeping up with maintaining that equipment. New construction renovation, we've talked about, like the ED expansion is a key example of what kind of spend goes into those elements. And then the exciting things about building infrastructure. I mean, elevators, HVAC is all very important, just like the medical replacement equipment. It's all part of kind of maintaining and staying at least status quo. And then the things on top of that, the new equipment and whatnot, is basically advancing. And you can see in the new equipment,
I thought accounting was the exciting part. Now you're telling me it's elevators and HVAC.
It's too early for accounting jokes. Be careful. And one of the things, like we said, our investments, not only in things like PET CT, but things of these AI tools are key. And the things mentioned earlier, like evidently, we also have tools now that the physicians can use to kind of record what they're saying as they're seeing the patient and help with that documentation element, and that really helps from a completion and really getting complete notes. But also, I mean, here talk about physician and pajama times and burnout because of all the administrative elements. Things like that are really important to kind of maintain their ability to do their work and not burn out because of all those requirements. Just kind of closer to kind of what we've talked about, some of the key investments we've made recently, the Mission Cancer and Blood and investments in cancer, that's a key element. Radiation oncology, as we had a provider own that practice who was retiring in the Quad Cities, wanted to maintain and make sure those services were available there. And then something like the recent CT upgrade we did. So we purchased an advanced CT scanner that was really used for more challenging patients that can be done without sedation. It can minimize motion artifacts and really provide high-resolution imaging. So as with something like that, you're reducing the amount of contrast media required, really leading to improved patient well-being. And with that 4D imaging, really providing a richness of information that can make precise decisions as you're treating cancer. So I think that really, we talk a lot about the numbers, but this is really how it impacts people and impacts healthcare in the state. Briefly, and also just wanted to mention, so there is a authorization request to be able to transfer dollars from UI Healthcare to UI Health Systems, which is in front of the board for consideration. And something we've done there in UI Health Systems in the past few years is investment in the rehab hospital with Encompass, and that's really worked out well, where we work with a hospital that does rehab across the country, and it provided 40 beds of rehab for stroke patients, orthopedic patients, and whatnot, and that's worked out great of getting those patients out of the inpatient acute hospital into treatment that can get them back to normal life. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mark? Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the UI Healthcare presentation and recommend the board authorize University of Iowa Healthcare to transfer up to an additional $25 million to the University of Iowa Health System for the purpose of continuing the development of network activities through itself and its subsidiary companies in support of the clinical, academic, and research programs in the University of Iowa Rory J. and Lucille A. Carver College of Medicine and University of Iowa Healthcare's clinical enterprise. The board will vote on the transfer in the consent agenda tomorrow. This meeting of the UIH Healthcare Committee is now adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, President Bates. I'll call the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting to order. And the first order of business is the minutes of September 18th, 2024 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting, which you all have in your board book. Are there any questions or corrections? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. And next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Chad Sharp to present the internal audit reports issued. Chad?
Thank you, Regent Uncle. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll highlight a few of the audits in your packet today, and then I do have a couple brief updates before we get to the committee calendar. So I'll start with an audit at the University of Iowa. We performed an audit on radiology engineering, and this is a unit of 21 full-time staff and 1 student employee, and they are responsible for maintaining the department's imaging equipment, so MRI machines, CT, X-ray machines, as well as the image storage systems. And the staff in this unit rotate on-call duties to cover situations that happen after normal business hours. And we made recommendations that management work with the IT security office to have their systems that they use reviewed through the security review process, as well as included in the regular vulnerability scans that the IT security office performs, and then obtain access for their staff to those vulnerability scans so that they can regularly review them and mitigate any identified vulnerabilities in those reports. We also recommended that they formalize their on-call procedures and include in that the transition period between 6:30 and 7 in the morning when the on-call shift is winding down and then the day shift is beginning at 7 a.m. There's times where there can be miscommunication with customers, which would be the faculty and the techs and the employees in the department. And that's a customer dissatisfier and can also cause service continuity issues when that happens. We also recommended that they use one system to document their service calls instead of the multiple systems that they're using right now, and to regularly review their ancillary appointments and remove them when they're no longer needed. At Iowa State, we performed an audit of the College of Design, which had over 1,800 undergraduate and 160 graduate students this past spring semester. And recommendations made here were to formalize and document their procedures to establish consistency across the college, specifically to formalize, monitor, and enforce their budget management expectations, as well as their space allocation procedures and requirements, implement and document procedures for a regular review of their fee-for-service and course fee rates, including making adjustments as necessary to those rates, identify and document critical offboarding steps that they want to have occur across the college, communicate those and implement them across the college, and implement a process to have college administration involved in their shop oversight, inspection oversight process, which is currently handled between the individual machine shop managers and EH&S, who performs the inspections, with no visibility or involvement from the collegiate level. And here at the University of Northern Iowa, we performed an audit of university ticketing operations. So this is all tickets sold on campus, athletic events, non-athletic events. Non-athletic events would be for events at Gallagher Blue Dorn Performing Arts Center, Strayer-Wood Theater, and the School of Music. Prior to July of '23, the box offices and the financial processes were managed centrally in the Unitix department, and now these are managed separately. Athletics manages for athletic tickets and Gallagher Blue Dorn for non-athletic tickets. And athletics does contract with Aspire, which is a third party for the sale of their tickets. And we recommended that athletics identify and document their critical financial management processes and cross-train staff so that there's appropriate backup in the event of staff absences. That they implement processes to monitor the Aspire contract compliance and effectiveness, including verification of the reported ticket revenue that Aspire reports to athletics. And that both athletics and Gallagher Blue Dorn document their ticket reporting procedures. Currently, this is a manual, complex process where data is pulled out of Paciolan, it's filtered and summarized to get to the end resulting report. They have multiple reports, and each of these reports have different processes, and they're not documented. We also recommended that they work with IT to explore any reporting process efficiencies that could be gained to reduce the manual effort to create these reports, and to work with the foundation to improve the process of maintaining accurate customer information in Paciolan. Currently, a report is pulled out of Millennium, the foundation's system, and then it's manually entered into Paciolan to keep that customer information in sync and current. So that is the reports that I was going to highlight. Are there any questions on the reports before I mention a couple administrative?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions. When you go in and do the internal audits, are those on a surprise basis? Or are they scheduled in advance? And how often will you go back and do the audits of these same departments?
So they, we don't have a regular cycle of going back to a specific department. It's risk-based, and we have an annual risk assessment process where we interview senior leaders on campus and get their input into where they see risk in the environment. And we don't, at this point, we don't schedule a specific time that we're going to do the audit, but we do prepare the annual plan. It was presented at last board meeting, so it's out there, but when we do the audit, we send an email and say, hey, we're going to start this audit, but it's not a surprise. It's on the annual plan, and we communicate that this specific audit has made the plan to the folks that are involved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, go ahead, Chad.
Okay. Baker Tilly continues to monitor the North Liberty Hospital construction. Things are going well, no major issues that they've found. Audit plan progress and staffing, so we're about a third of the way through the fiscal year, and we're right on track with, in terms of numbers of our audits complete or in progress. So hopefully that continues, but now that plan was built with having all our positions filled. And on that note, as of yesterday, we're fully staffed at Iowa State. Our newest auditor started yesterday. I just received a signed acceptance letter yesterday for a position in Iowa City. So we now have 2 open positions at the University of Iowa, and we have an interview tomorrow and actively recruiting on those 2 positions.
Great news. You can go on to the committee calendar.
So the committee calendar is in front of you for calendar year 2025, and one thing to note is the state auditor will have, they're back to their pre-pandemic schedule of April and September board meetings as opposed to June and September. So the reports that they'll present to you in April will be more timely than they were when they were presented in June.
That's very good information. I'm glad to hear they're back on track. And I'm also very glad about the North Liberty. I mean, that's an extra step that we took to have that audited, and I appreciate your constant bringing that up. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: internal audit reports issued and the committee calendar for 2025. Do I have a second? Thank you, Regent Rouse, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. Thank you, Chad. Let's see, are they ready? I now recognize University of Northern Iowa Provost Jose Herrera, who will introduce the presenting faculty.
Thank you, Regent Bates. I have the pleasure today to introduce Dr. Nicole Zumbach-Harkin. Sitting in front of you, I can probably get a couple of volts of energy just even looking at her. Dr. Harkin is an assistant professor of instruction and director of internships in the Department of Communication and Media. Her research focuses on student experiences graduating from higher education and their unpreparedness for life post-college. Dr. Harkin is as Iowa as they come. Growing up in fourth-generation family farm in east central Iowa, she went to a small rural K-12 school and graduated with 52 of the finest humans, including herself, probably. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. She was a first-generation college student, went on to earn her BA, MA, and ED from the University of Northern Iowa. She has never lost touch with her roots of working hard, being pragmatic in approaches to knowledge and learning, recognizing the value of public education, and caring deeply for students. The Next Step program, which you're going to hear here shortly, was born from her own experiences, talking with alumni and carefully cultivating cross-functional collaborations on and off campus. The program has now touched the lives of nearly 500 students. I introduce to you Dr. Nicole Harkin.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be here today. First, I want to obviously thank President Nook and Provost Herrera for asking me to be here today to present to you. I also want to point out and thank my colleagues who are here, my cheering section over there, and for all of their support and their belief in me over the past almost 20 years that I've been here at the University of Northern Iowa. This was my home. In fact, I joked with my students today about how much they love it here and how long it would take them to leave. And I said, well, I came 30 years ago. and I'm still here. So they didn't think that that was necessarily very funny. But I am very excited to be here today. And so we're going to start today with the year being 1999. Anybody remember that year? My students refer to that as me living in the 20th century. That's not awesome. So in the year 1999, I graduated from the University of Northern Iowa with my bachelor's degree in education. I was actually a K-12 major, double major in elementary ed and secondary education. And my mom, who was very excited about my graduation as a first-generation student, said, let's go to Applebee's. Of course, everybody loves to go to Applebee's. So I'm sitting at Applebee's across from my mom and, having my fries, and she pushes this folder across the table towards me. I take the folder, I keep on eating my wrap, I think is what I had. It's because it's still pretty clear in my mind. Just kind of set it to the side, and I got home and opened it, and by golly, I didn't know anything about what was in that folder. They were going to expect me to pay for my car insurance. How rude. Right? And all of the other things that kind of went along with life. And I just remember looking at that folder thinking, I have no idea what any of this is. How have I just graduated from college and I literally don't know how to live life? And then, who do I ask? I don't want to ask my parents because I just did this thing that I'm supposed to be really smart now. And so I muddled my way through my 20s. I don't know if anyone else happened to muddle their way through their early 20s. Maybe that's just my own experience. But that is definitely the roots of the creation of what we call the Next Step program. The Next Step program, we think about it now and people talk about it and they're like, oh, this is such a great new concept. But the thing is this started, of course, in 1999, but really about 10 years ago when I started to reach out to our alumni at the university and say, hey, how was it when you graduated? Were you prepared? What were the things? And they kept saying to me, I was prepared to do my job. I was prepared to create content. I was prepared to edit videos. I was prepared to send press releases. What I was not at all prepared to do was to understand what a deductible was. I had no idea what it means to be vested. What's a 401k and a pension? And I thought to myself, we might be able to do something about that. So that was about 10 years ago. Then I started thinking about my own personal experience and how that sort of wrapped together. And then I started to look around in our community. And I thought, there are people here on campus and off campus that could probably help us do something about this. So I really started to reach out and cross some boundaries. We often call them here at the university invisible boundaries. So if I'm in the department, of communication and media, I certainly can't work with someone in the Department of Accounting because not only is that a different department, but it's a different college way over there. Well, I'm not one for always following rules. So I went ahead and started making phone calls to people across boundaries, those invisible boundaries, and started to bring them to the table and said, hey, career services folks, can you come help me with resume? Financial aid folks, can you possibly do exit interviews with every single one of my students so they know exactly what they have to pay back on their student loan so they can actually create a budget, so they can actually think about what kind of a salary that they're going to need to be able to create a budget to pay this and their rent and all of these other things. Hey, you in the Department of Accounting, can you come to my class and talk to my students about taxes? But listen, I need you to dumb that down because we aren't financial people over here. They said, yes, we're happy to do that. I went over to Human Resources and I said, hey, Michelle Byers, I know you don't deal with students. I know you're the director of HR at this great university. Can you come talk about benefits to my students? Like just in general, like what is paid time off? What does it mean to negotiate? What is health insurance? What's a deductible and a copay? And you know what happened is every single one of those people said yes. And I started to ask alumni, hey, you now work for Northwestern Mutual. Can you come talk about retirement? But you can't sell your stuff to my students. They said, no problem, right? So I started asking these people, and they continued to say yes and to say yes. And then about 3 years ago, I decided, you know what? I should really back this with some research. I should really start to dig into this as a curious human. And here are the things that we found at the University of Northern Iowa. That the general top concerns for our students, making enough money, feeling like a beginner in the workplace, interviewing, leaving friends behind, But we also did a separate survey that really dug into what we would call adulting, right? In these types of concepts, health insurance, taxes, negotiating job offers, comparing job offers, retirement and investment. And our students were telling us these things are causing significant amounts of stress, as we see here. These are specific quotes from specific students, hard to manage. That's kind of frustrating. There's just a lot of extra stuff that isn't talked about. I don't have any idea. I just want to know. I need an answer. I'm not getting an answer from my parents. Riley says, I know that we have resources available, but sometimes it feels like they're not explicitly stated as they could be, or they're not as available. And then finally, my favorite, Jamie, and of course these are all pseudonyms, I just don't have a clue about anything. Right, which I think sums this up. So I thought, okay, well, that's great. So, okay, we are doing this program in the Department of Communication and Media, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. But I thought, well, does anybody else on campus want to have a part of this? Well, by golly, yes, they did. Look at that. Almost 100% of our students are saying, yes, I would do this. Yes, with credit required. And you can see by the different colleges, right? So we have the College of Business. All of those students are saying, yes, in some way. Yes, I want to have a part of this. And then, hey, if you had this opportunity, would it reduce your stress and anxiety? Yes, 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 yes. All students continuing to say yes, which then led us to the full rollout of what we call the Next Step program in communication and media. This program is one of a kind in the nation, as far as we know, which I'll talk about a little bit more. But one of the things I want to talk about real briefly before I get into this is that this is not a one and done. A one and done workshop does not solve the problem that we are facing. So instead, what we do is this program, because of how my colleagues, our students, parents, when they come in to visit and recruitment, they get very excited about getting their kids off their payroll. This is one of the things that we say, this is now required for all of our incoming students in our major. It's a co-requisite with our internship course. Students attend one weekly seminar. So our seminar this morning at 8 a.m. was in fact Michelle Byers with benefits. And the number of questions that students have: how do I request paid time off? What do I do if I leave my employer? Do I take my days? No, you do not, right? You do not get to take your days. There are 13 required seminars and 4 electives. And the way that I have determined that is just sort of my own thinking, looking at the research and thinking, okay, what is something that all students need to know about? Every single one of them needs to know about health insurance. Can we agree on that? Every single one of them should know about the job search. Every single one of them should know about relocation. And then we have 4 elective seminars. So maybe not every student wants to know about entrepreneurship. Maybe not every student wants to know about working in a nonprofit. That's fine. So we have a selection of those. There's also an assessment piece with each of these seminars. And so this isn't a one and done. There's a piece of action attached to each one of these that holds our students accountable for the learning that's taking place. And then we have also embedded this into our student outcome assessment program. So it is deeply embedded within our curriculum, not a one and done. So what are those required seminars? Right? I have this split up into 4 quadrants so that you can see how integrated and cross-functional this is. You can lead, see what is led by me. So gaining independence is truly all about, hey, do you know where your Social Security card is? Do you know where your passport is? Do you have one? Do you know why you should get your own cell phone? Right? We talk about communicative professionalism. How do we answer phones? And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but students aren't answering phones. We also know, because of the pandemic, many of these students didn't have their first-time part-time jobs. As many of us maybe worked at a Dairy Suite, if you're from rural Iowa like me. You worked at a Dairy Suite, or you worked at a Dairy Queen, or you worked at the car wash. These students, because they were coming up during the pandemic, didn't have those experiences, so are very much lacking in some of these abilities. Navigating and negotiating an offer. What should be in an offer? How do I even know if it's a good offer. Discrimination and harassment, speed networking, led by UNI staff and faculty. So these are folks that aren't me, obviously, navigating the search, tax basics, employee benefits. Then we get our alumni involved. We say, hey, you're now a financial wizard. Why don't you talk to our students about personal budgeting? I find 6 students all across the United States. Talk to my students about relocation. What is it like to move when you're 22 years old to a brand new giant city? How do you do that? How do you beat the loneliness? We talk about retirement investments, discrimination, harassment. You'll see that on there twice because sometimes I lead that and sometimes I don't. We talk about the first 6 months. President Nook got to sit in on the session this spring when we talked about the first 6 months. And I asked our alumni who have just recently graduated to come back and be very honest with our students. And one of the things that they continually tell them, it's lonely. It's very lonely. Because you've been in this safe environment for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. You've built these friendships and communities, and then they're gone in one day. And so what does that look like? But the real point of that is that I never want students to think that that is a unique characteristic. You are all feeling this. There's nothing wrong with you. Led by our community members, right? We have folks coming in talking about online presence, again, communicative professionalism. Our elective seminars, led by me, right? We talk about leading good virtual meetings. Don't let people sit for more than 20 minutes. Career fair preparation. Here's one of my favorite things. We tell students all the time, go to the career fair, go to the career fair. You know what we don't tell them to do? How do you do that? What should you have? Who should you visit? What should you say? What should you wear? So we take care of this thing. Luncheon and LinkedIn. We talk about LinkedIn networking. Again, we tell students network, but we don't ever tell them how or teach them or give them strategies. Generational work, led by UNI alumni, international work and travel. We actually had a student who moved to London after graduation. She happened to be in the country last week. So she talked to students about what it's like to move and live abroad, to work abroad. Interviewing an alumni, we get our alumni folks involved, exploring entrepreneurship, we get our John Papa John Center involved, so you can see all of the different folks that we have getting involved into these seminars. So what are others saying?
I think with the Next Step program, it teaches you a lot about adulting, like the things you don't want to think about, like taxes and vacation days and how you can plan ahead with those. So I know I'll just be more prepared when I enter the workforce.
I hope that when students leave this program, they feel more empowered, more knowledgeable about their next steps.
Because when you were in high school, they don't teach you the things that you need to know to be an adult. And then in college, you think you're gonna learn the things and you don't unless you're taking this class. So I just feel more well-rounded and, like I said, ready to enter the full adult world after this course.
So I feel way more prepared now for retirement and for investment. And I've already started saving, opened up my Roth IRA. And so I was really appreciative to hear about that.
And on top of this, I've now been in an office setting and I've been in like meetings and I've been in like learning how to express my ideas and stuff. So between that and the internship program or the Next Step program, I just feel like a more well-rounded and less teenager. Like I'm actually entering the workforce with the right tools I need.
I love less like a teenager, right? It's my favorite. I feel less like a teenager. So is this just you and I? Right? No, it's not. This spring, I was able to do some more research nationwide. You can see over 3,000 respondents. Okay, the red is yes. If your college offered a program, students want this. Nationwide, 89% of students answered yes. Right? If you look at even the purple, yes, but only if credit were offered. So we only have about 5% of students who responded to this that said, no way, I don't want to have anything to do with this. Same thing, would it ease your stress and anxiety about graduation? Again, these numbers are so telling, and yet no one is doing this except for us. Yay. So what are the benefits here? Right? We obviously, you're looking at this and you're like, well, this benefits students, but you know what? It benefits a lot more than students. So first we want to talk about college affiliation equity. One of the things that we discovered, or I discovered in this research, is that students, and this isn't rocket science, right? We know students who are graduating from the College of Business who have a background in finance understand retirement and investment in a different way that our social work majors do. But why can't our social work majors have the same knowledge? Why can't they? Why can't our teachers leave here and be as prepared to navigate these avenues of life, right, as our students from the business college? We also know that it impacts our historically marginalized student. You're looking at one of them right here. First-generation college student who knew nothing. My parents, y'all, are wildly successful farmers in East Central Iowa. I went to a tiny school called North Lynn. I grew up in Coggin, Iowa. If any of you know where Coggin is, right? That's my home. Yes, yes, yes. I floated on the Wapsie all of the times, right, growing up. That's where I'm from. I am this student. Right? I didn't know these things, and my parents love me, and my parents are wildly successful. They couldn't help me. They farm, which is awesome and amazing. They've never had the type of health insurance that I had to navigate. They've never had a job structure like I had to try to navigate. They've never had the retirement structures that I've had to try to navigate because their land is their retirement. So many students in the state of Iowa, for instance, are facing these things. Alumni engagement and support. You saw how many alumni I have coming into my classrooms connecting with students. I didn't talk about our speed networking seminar in which I pair students one-to-one, and it is like speed dating, and it is complete chaos for a full hour, where every 2 minutes they rotate through another professional to talk about what it is that they want in life. And every single semester, a job comes out of that, because some professional has made some contact with the student. University collaboration, I talked about those invisible lines. Underemployment prevention, this program helps students to think about how to get a job, what kind of job they want, right? And then how to do that thing so they don't end up just working at Dunkin' Donuts. Not that there's anything wrong with donuts. Donuts are great. But we want our students, right, to be employed at the levels in which they should be accustomed to. A positive exit experience, and this is where I try to temper my passion a little bit. I am a pretty excitable person. You probably already can tell that. We put so much money and resources into students coming to our universities. We do retention programs, we do FYO programs, we do orientation, we do extended orientation. We put so much at the beginning, and then we get them and they pay all that tuition. You know what we do at the end? Good luck, kid. Good luck, kid. Peace out. Here's commencement. That's what we do for them. After they've given us so much, right? We send them on their way. We also talk about system exit. Think about being in college. When our students leave, it is not only our universities that they are exiting, it is a system of education they have been in since they were 5 years old. Since they were 5, they get up in the morning, they get dressed, they shower, they have breakfast, and they go to school. All of a sudden, 17 years later, we are asking them to do something completely different, but provide no guidance in that. Student wellness, we know that these programs are reducing stress. Public responsiveness, how many of us have heard it? What is higher education for? You're not really teaching our students what they need to know. This is what they need to know. Economic development, if you get a job at John Deere, if you get a job at VGM here in Waterloo, odds are you're going to be part of an onboarding program, right? They put you in a room, they give you these folders. If you are an employee at the Elkader Chamber of Commerce, nobody's doing that for you because you're a party of one. Think about this program as an offboarding, onboarding for our small business in the state of Iowa and the impact that that can have on the transition and the success of our students working for small businesses. Obviously, it's a huge recruitment. We're the only ones doing it, right? Academic wellness, we focus on this because of stress. We know that oftentimes students, we have a senioritis. This program, right, we're seeing students having better experiences. And finally, let me just talk about innovation, right? Crosses all the boundaries, checks all the boxes, does all of the things. And so I'm so excited about this program, so much so that I brought you all a gift. Aren't you excited? Because this program also has a book that I wrote that goes along with it. This is a book specific to the University of Northern Iowa. What's up, Iowa State? University of Iowa, nice to meet you. Our book is specifically for UNI students. This also will link students. I'll go ahead and Keith, you want to do that for me, my friend? Thank you. It also has QR codes that links our students forever back to our foundation, to our alumni. Our students use these books as they go through our process and go through our class and do all of the great things. I can tell you that others on our campus would love to have this program as well. We've had, or I've had people reach out from teaching, from honors, from social work, from criminology, so many people. One of my favorite things is folks saying, well, this seems so obvious, right? Why don't we do this? So I am pleased to have been here. I will open this up for any questions, comments, concerns that you may have.
Are there any questions for Dr. Harkin? Regent Lindemeyer?
How many students do you have in your program?
So it depends on the semester because it does run concurrently with our internships. So right now we have 25. In the summer we'll have 50. You know, in the spring usually we'll have about 40, and in the summer we used to have about 50. Now we're down to about 30 because of course enrollment fell, but we're picking back up. Yeah.
Regent Reiswick?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. The energy's awesome.
Thanks.
Certainly.
It's natural. It's not even coffee. I don't even like coffee.
Red Bull.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Straight up water from Shell Rock, Iowa.
I'm a Red Bull person, so we can relate. But anyway, no, this is great, and it takes that type of energy, I think, to, you know, the kids, I'm sure, react very well to this. That's a part of it. Honestly, this is what makes me really proud to be a regent, is stuff like this. I think education is a great equalizer in our society, no matter where you come from.
Mm-hmm.
And this stuff is 100% what we need to see coming out of our public education systems. You know, as an employer in the state, it's amazing how unprepared sometimes these kids are when they come, and we have to teach them these things. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so getting them that advanced step is amazing, and I want to. It just gets them more prepared and ready to go. I mean, it launches them probably years ahead in their careers. It's awesome. And I would share too, I'm about the same vintage as you.
Nice.
And I think I've shared in this meeting before that I didn't know how to do dishes, use the dishwasher, so I used liquid dish detergent soap in the dishwasher the first time I had my own individual foam party. And then I went to work for Fair Isaac Corporation as one of my first jobs, and when I interviewed with them, I said, well, what do you guys do? Well, we do the FICO credit score. Oh, what's that?
Yes.
I don't even know what that is. So anyway, this is great stuff. So,
Thanks.
yeah.
You know, I think one of the better things too in this book, you'll see, this is a second edition because we'd have to update it a lot, right? Because everything changes. But in this edition, I was really excited. One of my colleagues who happens to be here said, you know, Nikki, maybe our students need a chapter in civics. They need to know where to go vote after they leave Cedar Falls. And so there's now a chapter with a QR code that links them to how to register to vote all across the United States, how to find their polling place, which I think is especially impactful considering this week is our voting week.
Are there any other? Regent Kramer?
Yeah, it is really good information. Have you considered making it an online thing, which would then allow maybe more students to take it, see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is. I think, you know, I'm going to turn around to President Nook and our provost. There's, I think, a lot of interest in sort of ramping this up and making it college-wide. You know, that's something I obviously can't do on my own. I would love to. I have the plans to do such a thing. You know, anybody read Jim Collins? Do we have Jim Collins folks in here? Jim Collins talks about the BHAG, right? The big, hairy, audacious goal. I mean, I think a big, hairy, audacious goal would be to have, you know, a Center for Senior Studies or Transition Studies or something, and us to offer these services to our other two sibling institutions and say, hey, you know what, this isn't just a you and I thing. You know, we have students at the University of Iowa and Iowa State who also need access to this information in a way that's not a one and done, in a way that holds students accountable and holds boots to the ground for doing the work that this information asks for them to do.
Very good. That was just amazing. Regent Reiswick said it so well. This is exactly what our students need. And they need it from you and others like you. As we all know as parents, we can say it, and it just doesn't really mean as much until it comes from somebody who really knows. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. And was I short a book? I was short a book. I'll get you one. Okay. my card is in that book as well. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
At this time, we will have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important. Each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. We will now open the microphone for the first presenter.
President Bates, we had one person signed up for public comment, but they told us today they were unable to make it, so that's all we have for this session.
All right, thank you, Josh. Therefore, is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, this meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa, is adjourned.